emotional. guidance from my supervisor, Chief Reddy. This experience about processes and how this and that worked and why they were important. I learned how technology integrates into my classroom experiences was invaluable. Furthermore, during my time there, everyone was very kind and friendly towards me. I felt good about what I was doing and appreciated for it.
The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. First, let me begin by apologizing for the late start. There were some difficulties with flights from St. Croix. That is why the Labor Commissioner is going to give his testimony from St. Croix. So once again, I apologize everyone for the late start, but we're going to get right to the meat of the matter. So let's begin with a roll call. Madam Clerk.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
Here.
Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Here.
Senator Lewis, present. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Here.
Senator Viale, present. Mr. President, Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Could you mark Senator Gittins as present?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
February 4th, 2026, the Honorable Senator Kurt Viale, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Senator Kurt Viale, due to the untimely passing of my daughter, Ms. Siobhan Johnson, I will be unable to attend the Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing scheduled for Thursday, February 5th, 2026. I apologize in advance for any inconvenience this may cause. Please forward all documents distributed at the hearing to my office. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Franklin D. Johnson, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Johnson as excused.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 1 absent, 1 excuse.
And colleagues, this weekend, our good colleague, Senator Frankie Johnson, lost his daughter. So the legislature mourns the passing of his daughter in Florida. It was untimely. Nobody really expected what took place to happen, but I want to extend condolences on behalf of the legislature. I know the entire legislature mourned the loss of his child, and we all stand with him. So I'll ask for a quick moment of silence for Senator Frankie Johnson and the family of his daughter. Thank you. We also lost a pillar in the St. Croix community, Dr. Chabot, or Deschabot, as they would say officially, Dr. Ralph Deschabot, who passed away last weekend, businessman, doctor, horse owner, really influential person on St. Croix and influential in politics. So we mourn the loss of Dr. Chabot, and I also want to extend condolences to his family. This month we're celebrating Black History Month. I think more than ever this year, it is important for us to celebrate Black History Month as we see the efforts across America to erase Black history from textbook, from every museum and institution you could think about. So it's very, very important that we celebrate Black history and we give recognition to those who came before us and those who are able to pave the way for what we have now, and all those individuals who made significant contributions, not only to America, but to the world. This is also American Heart Month. In the Virgin Islands, we are shipping or transporting on a regular basis maybe 1 or 2 individuals off this island, air ambulance, every week because of some type of heart disease, some type of cardiac arrest. So as we celebrate this month, I encourage everyone to make sure that they take care of their health, to make sure that they check on their health as much as possible and make sure that you have physical activity, good nutrition, and regular checkup. We're going to go to education, and it's definitely the third marking period, so we put in that word out there that parents, students, you're now in the second semester, you're now in the latter part of the year, so parents make sure that you're checking on your children, you're checking on the progress, you're checking the credits, so that you're not surprised at the end of the year. But with that, I'm going to get right into the first block. I'm going to allow the clerk. I want to recognize Senator Noble Francis. Thank you for coming. Also, a bit late because of the delay in the flight. Madam Clerk, you may read. You want to hear all the time? Senator Blyden, thank you for coming out to recognize Senator Blyden. I'm just looking at you and I'm like, you're here. Okay, so excuse me for that, Senator Blyden. Madam Clerk.
Agenda Thursday, February 5th, 2026, 9 a.m., Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, St. Thomas. The committee will receive testimony on the Department of Labor's Summer Employment Program, Virgin Islands Department of Education federal funds, school maintenance, capital projects, and school campus internet connectivity. Block 1, overview of Departments of Labor's Summer Employment Programs. Invited testifier, the Honorable Gary Malloy, PhD, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And what really happened is that every committee that I have chaired in the past, Senator Blyden has been a member of that committee. So it was just like, he's a member of this committee. I had a little flashback, a little finance flashback. But we're going to allow the testifiers to put their name on the record, beginning over here on St. Thomas, starting from my right.
Shaneka Sebastian, Department of Labor, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship.
Jean Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Charlene Hodge, Director of Workforce Development Services, Department of Labor.
Thank you. And on St. Thomas, Commissioner.
Good morning, Gary Malloy. Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Good morning, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, Department of Labor.
Thank you so much. We're going to go straight into the testimony. Commissioner Malloy, you may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt Vele, Chairman of the Committee on Education, Workforce Development, honorable members of the committee, distinguished senators of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and the listening and viewing public. I am Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. I'm joined here today on St. Croix by Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel, Mrs. Nisha Christian Hendrickson Elsko, on St. Thomas by Assistant Commissioner Jean Ford, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship, Ms. Shaneka Sebastian, and Director of Workforce Development Services, Ms. Charlene Hodge. We appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony regarding long-term summer employment opportunities and the broader continuum of youth work development initiatives administered by the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Summer youth employment programs currently administered by the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. The Youth and Apprenticeship Division is responsible for the design and management of workforce initiatives serving individuals ages 14 to 25 throughout the year. The division develops individual employment plans and service strategies, provides referrals to service providers, and delivers structured youth services, including career readiness training, resume development, financial literacy, and both paid and unpaid work experiences. Central to this framework is the Summer Youth Work Experience Program, a core component of our year-round youth strategy. The SYWEP, or the Summer Youth Work Experience Program, provides young Virgin Islanders with the opportunity to earn income while developing the skills, attitudes, and workplace competencies necessary to succeed in today's economy. This approach ensures that summer employment is not merely a short-term job, but a structured learning experience connected to long-term career pathways. Virgin Islands Department of Labor currently administers 3 summer initiatives: the Summer Youth Work Experience Program for youth ages 16 to 25, the Career Exploratory Program for youth ages 14 to 15, and the Labor Investing for Tomorrow, or LIFT, internship program for college juniors, seniors, graduate students, and recent graduates with at least 60 credits and a 2.8 grade point average. Collectively, these programs engage high school students, out-of-school youth, and post-secondary participants in meaningful work-based learning. In summer 2025, VITAL, or the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, received 1,420 applications and successfully placed 722 participants, demonstrating both the strong demand for and the tangible impact of these initiatives. For 2026, the Summer Youth Work Experience Program model incorporates several evidence-based components designed to strengthen employability and career readiness. These include pre-employment virtual workshops in April of 2026, focused on resume preparation, interview techniques, communication skills, and positive workplace behavior. A 5-week paid work experience segment that places youth directly with employers. A career exploratory program operating from June 1st through June 26, 2026 for younger participants, and a LIFT, or a LIFT Labor Investing for Tomorrow internship program, which connects advanced students to professional environments aligned with their academic fields of study. The anticipated number of youth to be served in 2026 remains contingent on the availability of funds, of additional funding. However, currently the plans target for more than 1,000 participants territory-wide. Participating service providers. Successful youth employment requires collaboration with a broad network of community organizations, educational institutions, and private sector employers. These partners provide mentorship, structured supervision, and exposure to high-growth industries. VITAL, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, continues to strengthen relationships with employers to ensure that placements are meaningful, skill-building, and aligned with labor market demand, thereby creating authentic pathways for education, from education to employment. To maximize access and equity, VITAL, or the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, will implement a comprehensive outreach and marketing campaign. This effort will include press releases and social media features highlighting former Summer Youth Work Experience Program participants and LIFT participants, presentations at high schools and the University of the Virgin Islands, radio and newspaper advertisements, media appearances, and the distribution of program flyers and digital content. The online application portal at vital.gov/youth will be open from February 16th to April 17th, 2026, and both applicants and employers are encouraged to apply early due to the historical high volume of submissions. Breakdown of summer employment budget. The projected 2026 summer youth employment budget is $1,444,463.38, supporting an estimated 1,034 participants across all programs. These funds will cover stipends for the career exploration participants, wages for the Summer Youth Work Experience Program, and LIFT interns, and supplemental assistance to service providers. VITAL remains committed to leveraging both federal and local resources to expand opportunities while ensuring responsible stewardship of public funds. Beyond wages earned, the Summer Youth Work Experience Program delivers measurable and lasting benefits. Participants demonstrate increased confidence and work readiness, improved communication and teamwork skills, enhanced problem-solving abilities, and stronger connections to employers. The program also contributes to a growing pipeline of Virgin Islands talent entering priority industries. These outcomes affirm that summer employment is a critical intervention for workforce attachment, academic perseverance, and long-term economic mobility. In closing, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor remains steadfast in its commitment to the youth of this territory. Our programs on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John are designed to ensure that every young person, regardless of background, has access to opportunity, mentorship, and meaningful employment. I extend sincere gratitude to the Virgin Islands Department of Labor staff, our employer partners, and this legislative body for its continued investment in the next generation of Virgin Islands workers. We have, we'll share we have a series of very short, brief testimonial videos from participants and employers that we'd like to showcase at this time.
And we have a video presentation by Ms. Encarnacion, and she was a career exploration, she was part of the career exploration program, the Young Earth Explorer. So let's take a look.
What is YEE? Youth Earth Explorers is a career exploration program focused on environmental education for students like me who are interested in exploring the world. Our first day at YEE was unexpected but fun. We went on a hike to
Morning, my name is Marie bin Medine, and the LIFT program has been an incredible step in my professional journey. One of the first things you do after you go through orientation is complete an interview with who you hope to work for. So from the start, this program was teaching us interview skills, essential for any job seekers. During my time with the LIFT program this summer, I worked with the USVI Department of Education as an intern in the Instructional Technology Division. While working there, I was introduced to multiple different professionals and built important connections. Every day, I was doing valuable work that would help the Department of Education. I was identifying potential vulnerabilities and helping draft policy and trainings. If I saw an issue or had a question, I was able to immediately get guidance from my supervisor, Chief Reddy. This experience was a perfect match for my college focus on cybersecurity. In my days at the Department of Education, I had various things explained to me about processes and how this and that worked and why they were important. I learned how technology integrates into a workplace operations and the importance of policies and procedures. This real-world focus to supplement my classroom experiences was invaluable. Furthermore, during my time there, everyone was very kind and friendly towards me. I felt good about what I was doing and appreciated for it. And all throughout this time, not only was I gaining important job experience, but I was also getting paid. As part of the LIFT experience, we were brought in for workshops, so we received free training in addition to being compensated for our work. This training covered important topics for young adults entering the workforce. In today's job market, prior experience is often a requirement, and I'm grateful that the Department of Labor is helping young Virgin Islanders gain that edge. I would highly recommend the LIFT program for any Virgin Islander looking to get work experience. Thank you so much to the Virgin Islands government, to the Department of Labor, to Ms. Nelson, to my supervisor, Chief Reddy, for giving such care and attention to directing this most valuable program. And thank you to my fellow participants who, like me, benefited so much from this experience.
Okay, so now I'm putting two and two together because we had a senior leadership meeting and Chief Reddy was bragging about the interns that he had under our IT division on St. Croix and St. Thomas. So you are one of the two that he was bragging about. He is ready to hire you guys on the spot, okay? So congratulations on a job well done.
Good morning. I didn't really know if I had to write a script or write on a piece of paper, so I'm just going to be speaking from the heart. So with this program, the Department of Labor, this is the first time, well, second year I've done this, but first time I've ever had a real job with an experience with other people where I got to work with them. Because where I've done before, it was just regular school, going around by day, not really doing anything special. But until I got to do with the DPW, with the Department of Public Works, with Mr. Jamal McLean, my boss who's sitting over there, I got to do real work with him. I got to travel around the island, got to deal with the roads, sewer systems, public transportation, all the things that go around on this island. Like the roads, like all the damages and things you see like that, we've already dealt with it or about to deal with it. So you don't have to be worrying or troubling about any of that. I also got to learn how to work with other people, like my coworker Jonathan or my coworker John, who were both very helpful in helping me learn and better myself in teamwork and how to actually do a job. Because with me, I'm like all over the place. I'm not really like orderly or know how to like keep myself still all the time. As you can see, I'm like jittering as I'm talking right now. But besides that, it was exciting. It was a new thing that I tried with this type of job, and I would really recommend it for all of you to do it over again, or if I could do it over again, I would most definitely, which I am going to do. And for the first and the most important thing, I got paid a lot. That was probably the second best thing that happened to me. The first, actually getting to do what I love, which is helping people and fixing things. Like what I got to do over there, I got to sort documents to help fix roads or, look over roads that needed to be purchased. And it was really nice getting to work with these people. And this entire, I would like to say company, it was extremely exciting. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
We have a video presentation by Ms. Encarnacion, and she was a career exploration she was part of the career exploration program, the Young Earth Explorer. So let's take a look.
What is YEE? Youth Earth Explorers is a career exploration program focused on environmental education for students like me who are interested in exploring the world. Our first day at YEE was unexpected but fun. We went on a hike to Caledonia Valley with the assistance of our tour guide, Alassi Davis. On day 2, we visited Mr. Santiago at the Insect League, where we got to learn about different insects and how they affect the environment. After that, we went to the pool where we were tasked to identify the new renovations. Then we enjoyed a dip in the cooling water. On day 3, we went on a hike to Salt River using the Blue Mountain Trail. During this trail, we saw an abandoned dairy farm, and we got to view the Salt River. We also encountered signs with historical information. Day 4 was interesting. We took a trip to a farm where we learned how to naturally plant vegetables and fruits. This farm had a variety of animals like chickens, rabbits, guinea pigs, and even snakes. We just had to feed everybody else in the water, can't really see because they're but yeah, this is on Jasmine. We at the beach. Everybody else just here chilling. After our trip to the farm, we had a beach day where we all came together and enjoyed ourselves. Here we have Mr. Nelson obviously losing a race to Kaden. On day 5, we went to the construction site where the new Arthur Richards is being built. Although the layout was clearly different from the old Arthur Richards, the construction workers ensured us that this school would be way more better and durable. After the construction workers gave us a brief tour of what they had so far, they gave us a talk about their positions and what it took to get there.
After that, we went to the fairgrounds to learn how to plant mangoes. Then we were tasked to paint rocks next to the already planted mango trees to identify what kind of mangoes they are. On day 6, we went to the waste management facility, where we learned the process that water goes through after we use it. Here are some pictures of the process.
On day 7, we went on a short hike across the shorelines to see the effects of erosion, and we came across 2 turtles mating. Day 8 was short and brief. We took a short walk across the campus to go see a pond. Here are some sights that we also saw. Pretty much wraps up all we did during this program. I really enjoyed it. I got to learn so many new things and got to meet so many new people. This program taught me so much, and I definitely will be using what I learned in the long run.
Good morning. My name is Sanai Oscar, and I am interning at the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery through the LIFT program. I attend UVI pursuing a BS in mathematics. I am thankful for this opportunity to be part of something important. I had a great experience from this internship. I was nervous coming into this internship. I remember being terrified for the interview. This was my very first interview in years, but everything turned out fine. I felt welcomed by the employees, Director Williams, and my supervisor, Bonnie Lynn Thomas. Everyone was very helpful and taught me about the work I had to do. At ODR, I did tasks such as data migration and using Excel to help track and monitor projects and much more. I was able to build my skills in organization and data management through this internship. This experience grew my interest in finance and exposed me to an office work environment. Thank you to the LIFT program and everyone at ODR for this opportunity and helping me grow.
And I will put my glasses on so that I can share a few of the wonderful testimonials that we received about the students this year. So this one is from Dijon at Margaritaville, and he shares, "We've had the pleasure of welcoming Cassandra and Rayanik at Margaritaville Resort, and their contributions have been truly outstanding. Throughout their internship, they brought fresh energy, enthusiasm, and a strong willingness to learn. Whether supporting guest services, housekeeping, or activities, they consistently demonstrated professionalism and a team-oriented attitude. The internship program not only offers students valuable hands-on experience in the hospitality industry, but also provides our team with the opportunity to mentor, help shape the next generation of hospitality leaders. Cassandra and Rayanik have made a positive impact on our daily operations and the overall guest experience, and we are incredibly proud of all they have accomplished during their time with us." And this is from Alana at the Westin Frenchman's Reef, our largest hotel. "We're incredibly grateful for the opportunity to participate in the Hotel Association's internship program, which allows us to house and mentor talented groups of interns, including bell attendant, pastry cook, front desk agent, and HR intern. Each student brought enthusiasm, professionalism, and genuine eagerness to learn. Throughout their time with us, they adapted quickly, contributed meaningfully to our operations, and truly became a part of our team. The program not only supported our staffing needs, but also reaffirmed our commitment to developing the next generation of hospitality professionals. We look forward to continuing this valuable partnership in the future." Thank you, yes. And then this is one of my favorites, because this is what the program is really all about, and what we hope to have happen is the integration in a long-term basis. This is from Jessica Edwards, Human Resources Director at Belongo Bay Beach Resort. "We'd like to extend our sincere thanks to Ariana and Taisha for their commitment, hard work, and eagerness to learn and connect with our guests and team throughout the summer. Their impressive work ethic, professionalism, and positive attitudes did not go unnoticed. As a result, we're pleased to share that both ladies have been offered part-time positions and will officially join the team as hostess and server assistants. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much for participating in the program. This is my 17th year doing this, and I look forward to hopefully 17 more. And I will end with Team Guava.
That concludes our brief testimonials. We had 4 participants and 1 employer that was sharing to show the actual impact that the summer work experience program is having on not only our students, but also on our employers and the entire Virgin Islands. So finally, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor respectfully requests your continued support on an important territorial initiative. We titled this the U.S. Virgin Islands Workforce Development Tour, featuring Mr. Mark C. Perna. And this is scheduled for February 6th, starting tomorrow to the 11th, 2026, February 6th to the 11th, 2026 on St. Thomas and on St. Croix. This engagement builds on the momentum from Governor Bryan's Workforce Development Summit and advances our shared goals of aligning education, workforce, and economic development systems to strengthen the USVI talent pipeline, where we're striving to inform, attract, acquaint, train, and hire. The tour will include tomorrow a leadership dive, a 4-hour deep leadership dive. We will have student empowerment sessions, and we will have employer roundtables designed to connect industry needs with the local talent development. This testimony today is supported by the accompanying slides and informational flyers submitted as an attachment. This concludes my testimony, and my team and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy, for your testimony. Videos were very good, with the exception of the end when it was mentioned Team Guava that needed to be omitted. Team Pineapple would have been better. But Mr. Malloy, before I got a 4-minute round of questioning, in your testimony, you stated that you received 1,420 applications. Did you transpose those numbers? Is it supposed to be 1,240?
And I was anticipating that question, because in the 1,240 that we had reported was as of the deadline. And after the deadline last year, we continued to receive applications. So what my team did, Director Sebastian, they continued to tally. So we actually received 1,420 applications for the summer program for 2025.
Okay, so you're saying that about 200 applications were after the deadline period, Mr. Bashan?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and your budget last year was how much? Your FY
Director Sebastian was about $800,000.
From the general fund was how much?
From the general fund, it was about $800,000 allocated from the general fund.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, let's go to 4-minute round before we start. Senator Blight, any other point of information?
Yes, Mr. Chair, good morning. Again to my colleagues, good morning to all. Commissioner Malloy, can I get some clarification, please? Based on your testimony, you spoke to the Youth Summer Employment Program currently administered by the Department of Labor, right? You spoke, of course, to the Summer Youth Work Experience Program, age 16 to 25, which is a career exploratory program, right? But you also spoke to 2 other programs. The next one was the Labor Investing for Tomorrow, the LIFT program that we just saw for college juniors, seniors, graduate students, etc. And you also spoke to, all 3 of them. Now let me ask you a question in respect to those other 2 programs, because in your testimony, you didn't mention anything about how many people attended or if it's currently active, because based on the testimony, everything says in 26, but you are speaking to current programs. Can you clarify for me, please? Are those current programs, or you plan on having them in 2026?
So thank you for the question, Senator. And what we were doing, we were reporting on the programs that we are currently going to have for 2026, and we were also giving you an update and a flashback of what happened in 25. So the testimonials that you saw, that we had an end of the year program that included all the programs. So you saw the Career Exploratory, that's the 14 and 15-year-old, the young lady in Encarnacion that did the video.
Yeah.
The regular summer youth employment program for 16 to 25. You saw some participants there. You had Mr. Martinez Jr. that was able to talk about his experiences. And then the LIFT is Labor Investing for Tomorrow. That's the internship program. So the testimonial was a combination of all three programs in one. But the numbers that we're giving now, we're proposing that we are going to have 1,034 individuals that we're going to serve across all three programs.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Before I begin, I'd like to offer condolences to the Department of Labor family and the passing of your co-worker, employee, friend, family member. So, condolences from me.
Thank you, Senator.
Commissioner Malloy, one thing I'd like to give you and the team thanks, and I want to express, gratitude and, patience to the employees there. I see you doing some renovation, and I think it's much needed, and it's welcome. It's a breath of fresh air. So I just want to say thank you on that. I think that's something, a morale changer as well. So I'm hoping to see some new furniture and new cubicles. I want Mr. Sebastian and everybody else to have a new big chair, spin around chair. So thank you for that before I dig in. Commissioner Malloy, recently the 36th legislature took some action, and this has nothing to do with your testimony, but it's a labor-related question. We took some action to increase the minimum wage for both public and private sector. And far too long, this has been, something that's been on my mind, and I think I just want to, candid and straightforward answer of what the department is doing to make a game change in it. People are staying in these positions 20 and 30 years. So, what has the department is doing to do, like, additional workforce training, apprenticeship, reskilling initiatives, other things to make a change, to give people build the morale, get them shifting gear that I don't have to stay here all the time. I could make a change. And, because sometimes when we're in this position for so long collecting the same salary, I think that becomes frustrating. But if we could provide opportunities and give them incentives, this will make a big game change in the Virgin Islands and in their lives, period. How would you respond to that?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. And I have my, I call them my workforce dynamic duo in Director Charlene Hodge and Director Shanika Sebastian. But what we're doing with the increase in the minimum wage, that's going to impact not only the public sector, but the private sector as well. We will continue to be able to support all the different training initiatives, but what we really have to make sure that is commensurate, like you mentioned, when you get a change in salary, we're expecting a change in skill set, right? You're expecting more work, more load, and so what we are trying to make sure that we are consistently having more and more of our discussions with the employers to make sure that the job descriptions and clearly what the employees are expected to do is commensurate with the skills that they are receiving, that is also commensurate with the salaries that they're receiving. And so those training areas, we're looking at what the demand sectors are. We're looking at making sure that there's a difference between the demand sectors that the Workforce Development Board sets aside or identifies which areas are the most important. We're looking at the demand that comes up because we see a lot of individuals that come to our offices to apply for positions that are not currently in the demand sector that we still have to provide training for. So Charlene Hodge and Director Sebastian are very, very focused on making sure that the trainings that we recommend, or the program providers that we engage with, we are making sure that we meet the demands that are coming right now. Okay. So that's a convoluted answer to a question, but we are meeting the demands because we have to be able to solve who comes in the door, regardless of whether they're demand sectors or not. And so we're building the process in there. And like I said, Director Hodge and Shanika, you can chime in with anything that I missed or anything specific that you want to talk about.
1 second, because they're a little shy today. So they think you did a great job. But the one thing I want to be clear about is that we want when people come in a job and you see like you're a receptionist, that you don't stay there in the receptionist. You take a skill, you take a class, or you take something to move forward, to build on your skills. This is just motivation, building your self-esteem, building your self-skills. So you could move up in the chain. So you see a different position opening, you go after it, you know. And that's the point I'm trying to make here today. But just moving forward.
Senator, if I may, you're talking about the career ladder and to make sure that the experience that those individuals are receiving. So it's one thing to come in as a receptionist, but to look at what is the next step. The positions that come up, there's always some competencies or credentials that you have to meet. And so what we're making sure that our supervisors internally are working with our employees to make sure that some positions are slated for internal promotions only. So we're looking at that internally, but we're also making sure in the greater workforce arena that the discussions with the employers are consistent, because oftentimes you have employers that might ask, that said that I need somebody, but they're not very specific on what that job description would look like, and we're helping them to make sure that there's a match between that.
Okay, so Mr. Bashan, how are we with getting out the private sector involved in your role as filling these positions? Are they participating? Are we getting full participation from the private sector, or just up and down here and there?
Shanika Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. Yeah, we actually had more private sectors participated in the summer employment program last year than government agencies. So they are participating.
Good. And last year they had a fair in the Emancipation Garden. And sorry for my ignorance at this point. Human Services have a program where they hire children with disabilities.
Voc Rehab.
Thank you. How is it on your end? Do we advertise that? Do we make sure that these children are placed as well when children with disabilities come seeking summer employment? At Department of Labor, in the world of Department of Labor, tell me, how is that addressed?
So they definitely are our partners. So we work with the employees at Human Services to serve these individuals. They do have funding to provide summer employment for them during the summer, but we're able to assist with them with the individuals that their fundings can't support.
Good. And, you know, I heard the testimonies earlier, and I'm going to give you my personal testimony. Yes, we have times senators don't call, or administrators don't call, government house don't call, and say, Mr. Bashan, we got one more child, man. Help this one for me, please. But I want you to place them in the skill set and the area of their career path. Let's not stray from that. Let me tell you my testimony. My son, about 2 years ago, came home, and we were able to place him in Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And that's one of the best experiences he had with Commissioner Natalie Hodge. He learned a lot. He learned about time force. He learned budgeteering. He learned about coming here. You know, he didn't know what was going on in the legislature. All he know was helping me campaign. But now he could tell you, the commissioner bring him in the well, he sat down, he know about budgeteering, getting the numbers together, getting the data. He could tell you about alcohol check and all kind of thing. It's a wealth of information. So you don't let nobody talk about your program. Department of Labor
that, Senator.
is on the rise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll come back. My time not come? Oh, sorry.
You got away, but you were just going and going. I think you had a lot on your chest, so you needed to get off, so I allowed you to get it off your chest. So, okay, so just know you won't be recognized for any points, okay, for a while until the next round. We hear about everything possible. I gave you some leverage, Vice Chair. Senator Maurice James and St. Croix, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to everyone in and outside the room. This is 2026, Commissioner Malloy. So this is going to be my question all this year. In the last remaining months of the Brian Roach administration, when you look back on your achievements as Commissioner of Labor, which I believe you had some significant ones, especially during the 35th when you did the transfer, I thought that was a good move. Do you, in the next 11 months of this administration, is there anything that you would love to achieve or can be achieved in the next 11 months?
Thank you for that open-ended question. Yes, there's a lot, and again, and I thank you for recognizing the hard work and accomplishments, but it's not me, it's the team. And when I sit here to my right, you have Nisha Christian Henderson, Attorney and Legal Counsel, and then you have A.C. Ford, and you have the two, I call them the dynamic duo, because they have single-handedly, or together, have changed the face of the Department of Labor in terms of how we're looked at from a workforce perspective. Before, I can tell you when I first came in, there was a lot of apprehension about coming to the Department of Labor. We were somewhat looked at very punitive and look at fines, but now it's an open door policy, and I give all the credit to both Charlene Hodge and Director Sebastian, because from the workforce perspective, they've changed the scope. And so there's a lot on the plate that we need to accomplish, and that's why we are starting with Mr. Mark Perna, because we find that there's some gaps, and the gaps are between education, workforce development, and economic development. And the goal is to get everybody in the same room to make sure that we start keeping our eye on the prize, the big picture. And so that's a major launch that we're using to be able to launch all the programs that we're doing for the summer. And we're going to make sure that we continue meeting with all the schools. We're having discussion with the students. We're finding out, especially our seniors, who's going to college, who's going to trade school, who's going to the military, who's going to the world of work. If they're going to the world of work, our team already registered them into our VIEW system, our Virgin Islands Electronic Workforce System, so that when we place them for the summer, we're trying to place them with employers who are more likely to keep them. So we're continuing to look at that strategy and making sure that we recognize that the pipeline has to start with our schools and start with our residents here and our Virgin Islands abroad. So we have a great initiative.
Let me ask you though, from the perspective of the employer, what about their perspective of the Department of Labor? And I do agree with you that the perception of labor has changed tremendously under your leadership. What about the employers?
They love us. I'll tell you, they call us for advice a lot more than they used to. And we changed by starting to listen to them as opposed to telling them what they need to do. So when they come in and they post their position and views, because by law, every employer in the territory needs to post their position and views. If they don't do it, and we pay attention to the newspaper, we pay attention to the online, if we see an employer doing some activity, we take the initiative and call them and say, we see you're doing something. How can we help? What are you looking for? Do we need to do a specific hiring opportunity for you? Or we're having one of our career fairs. Would you like to be one of the employers looking for potential participants or job seekers? So we've opened the dialogue, and it's a lot better for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was my time called?
Yes, it was, but you may conclude. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to conclude with respect to the information you provided. Is there, through the chair, can you provide a breakdown of 2025, similar to what you did on page 7, with regard to the number of people, participants who were served in each of those categories? I would love to take a look at that.
Yes, we can. We have the breakdown. And one of the reasons why this is in the appendix and we have it as a slide that we can show, because it's very important to see how we are budgeting. So the career exploratory program, we're projecting to get for 2026, 150 participants. So if we get more than that, we're budgeted for 150. In the work experience, the in-school youth, so we have to break down because most of our money, especially if it's federal dollars, has to be go toward out-of-school youth. So in-school youth, we use the general fund dollars. So we're looking at 600 students for in-school. We're looking at another 170 for out-of-school youth. We're looking at, for college, first year and second year, we're looking at 50. We're looking at college third and fourth year, 20. The lift, we're looking at 20 interns, and then we have 4 staff. So that.
But that's territorial.
That's territorial.
Okay, and just one more question. Are those numbers that you just called comparable to what happened last year, or did you do an increase? That's my last question.
It's going to be an increase because we have more money.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. I just want to put on the record in reference to the increase. That increase was done during budget markup, in which we were able to call the Commissioner of Labor and ask a question as to how many students did not receive employment and how much money we would have to add to the budget to be able to increase the number of students that receive employment. So I just want to say hats off, colleagues, finance chair, along with all the members. That was a good discussion, and we could see the end result of it now, and that's why I called them before this body so we could make sure that there's going to be a number of additional students that will be employed during the summer. Before I go to Senator DeGraff, Ms. Commissioner Malloy, so there's $244,000 in federal funds that's going to be utilized this year?
We're going to be utilizing a combination of federal funds and the, Seneca, we have it's called the at-risk or the apprenticeship, from the apprenticeship component.
Okay, because I know the appropriation from the legislature is $1.2 million. So that
Yes.
so the additional 244 is a combination of those other funds.
A combination of those other funds, yes. And that's how we always do it every year. And in previous years, we've had more money in those other pockets, so we were able to make the bridge. But thank you again to the Senate for making the additional appropriation to help us to be able to rely less on the federal and more on the general fund.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Hey, we ain't gonna leave that one slide so easy. That's one of my questions. I believe, Mr. Chair, when you're hailing me up, you took it. But I would like to elaborate a little more on that in regards to funding. How is the funding addressed? And like Mr. Chair mentioned, in terms of where the legislature in budget markup we're able to put in, elaborate a little on how that discussion went and what was the purpose of it for the summer interns.
Thank you, Senator. The discussion went because every year we get more applications for students than we can solve. And it was especially difficult last year because we had, at the time we closed the application process, we had received 1,240 applications, and we only had funding at the time for about 814 individuals, with a combination of using all of the other funding sources, which was the money allocated from the general fund, the funding that came from any of the individuals that qualify for the federal programs, but you have to meet special qualifications for us to utilize the federal dollars. And then from the at-risk funding that we have, and then from the apprenticeship component that we have. So we always been able to use a consolidated approach, but every year there's always a shortfall of about 300 to 400 students that apply that we cannot serve. So the discussion came about how much money would you need to be able to serve more students, and we rounded off and said that if we were able to get at least 1.2 million, we will be able to serve more than 1,000 students in the new program.
Hey, thank you very much again, Commissioner. Thank you to my colleagues, because it wasn't a hard decision to make. You know, that's the one thing we didn't have no back and forth. We agreed wholeheartedly, and we could see the results. You know, I'd like to tell you, to you and your team, thank you, because I could remember my first job at the Daily News, where I used to buy newspaper for 5 cents and sell it for a dime. You know, way back before a lot of people were wrong, and washing cars and stuff and things was how I made my money. But to see that we gave the opportunity, I myself, in my 5th term, I have approximately 90 summer hires. I like hiring summer students and giving them a chance and holding them up to being responsible persons. And I think when they work for something, you put that money in their pocket, they cherish it a lot more. So thank you to you and your team. Now, workforce development, you know, it might be off from the summer, but I think it has to start with the summer interns. The governor has spoken about the bundles. The last year, these bundle projects, employment, he says at 3.5%, something like that. Have you been mandated to now look at, in terms of
30 seconds.
Workforce development for some of these projects, taking that on and being innovative as to how we're going to get our workforce up to date, and I guess maybe for any workforces that individuals will be coming through. Has there been any discussion in regards to that?
Yes, Senator. There's been a lot of discussion, and I'd like to say that we've been involved from the very beginning with ODR and making sure that the contract language for the RFPs that go out, we're making sure that certain attorney, Christian Hendrickson, Elsko here, helped us to be able to craft language to ensure that those individuals who are bidding on these contracts have some responsibilities to be preferred in getting the contract award if they hire individuals that come out of our apprenticeship programs, if the individuals come out from UVI. So there's some specific language in there that speaks to that. In addition to that, what we've been working on is making sure that we have to understand the pipeline. And those ladies in front of you, especially Ms. Hodge, Director Hodge, when an employer has to post their vacancies in the VIEW system, once they do that, like I mentioned, we pick up the phone, we call them, and we start to find out what we can do to help them hire, or what qualifications or skills that need to happen. And then we connect them with any training providers to make sure that the requisite skills are in place for them to hire. And so a part of our discussions with employers is they kind of do an internal evaluation for us. We'll do the connection. I like to say we're in the matchmaking business. So we'll do the initial connection in hoping that there's a second date and another long-term relationship. But in the meantime, they're giving us feedback and say, well, you know something? I will hire Gary if he takes this additional training. So that gives us the incentive to be able to try to make sure that we connect the training with that individual so that they can be hired. And if we don't have the funding for it, we try to work with the employer to provide the funding for that, and we try to help them in any other way that we can. So it's been a very, very good discussion. The long and short of it, though, we're going to be short. There's a lot of construction. There's a lot of shortage. And of course, we had explored the foreign labor option, and that has been taken off the table primarily because of the change of the positions of the Trump administration and what's been happening with our visas, them granting the visas. But there's a large contingent of individuals from the U.S. mainland that we will have to start looking at to be able to augment our workforces.
I thank you, Commissioner. And it just on the chair's time, I just wanted to know, would that extend to the summer youth internship program where we start to look at our young generation as a part of that workforce going forward? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, it will, Senator. And as I mentioned, for those students especially that are coming out of high school or any of the young persons that are considered our out-of-school youth, we have our year-round programs that we place them. We work with different contractors to be able to place them on the jobs and, again, make sure that the apprenticeship programs are being expanded. So there are several of the contractors that we've been discussing that they're looking at the apprenticeship model so that they can be able to not only bring in the individuals but provide consistent training, and we in turn help to support however we can, depending on the amount of their contract and how much money they're going to put up, and then we try to see how we can support them in any which way we can.
Thank you, Senator Graff. And you're saying that this is embedded in the contracts?
In the contract language, Attorney Christian Henderson can be a little more specific as to kind of language we got put there.
Good morning, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel. So yes, embedded in the contract language towards the latter half, it talks about a priority for minority-owned businesses and small businesses, as well as apprenticeship. So it won't prevent anybody from getting the contract, but if they do hire individuals in those categories, it will be added as an additional benefit and a preference for those companies.
Okay, and it also speaks to the workforce development within these big contractors, that they'll be willing to allow training opportunities for individuals?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So
and what we are doing as well, Senator, we have conversations with them to find out how much they have line item in their particular budgets for workforce development, for whether the interns or whether the apprenticeship, so that we can work within their budget. And then Shanika, Director Sebastian, her team will look at whether it would go toward the apprenticeship model. Director Hodge and her team would look at whether it's training related or whether we put in some sort of compensation to reimburse them for a particular period of time where that person would be on there, and we would pay for 50%, 30%, depending on whatever discussions and how much they have in their budget and what we're trying to accomplish. It's a very, very dynamic and really good discussion. And like I said, it's moving, but the bottom line is we just don't have enough people, enough physical bodies.
Hearing you on that, but this is a unique opportunity to train the people at the Virgin Islands to skill position. And as much of those individuals as possible, we need to make sure that they get trained, because I don't know when we'll have this window again with so much construction taking place. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much.
And if I may, just remember that we did have the skills for today training where we were able to, we had gotten and wrote for that $10 million grant. We had trained and successfully trained, and there are 848 individuals, of which over 400 was trained in specific construction areas. And so those individuals are being placed, and they're still, for those that are not, they're still a part of the plan.
How many of those individuals have been placed? Commissioner, how many of those individuals have been placed with contractors?
I can tell you, Director Hodge would have a more accurate number than I would.
Okay, who's that director? Who? Hodge?
Charlene Hodge, Workforce Development Services.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Charlene Hodge, Director of Workforce Development Services.
Get close to the mic.
Good afternoon, Charlene Hodge. Morning, I'm sorry, Director of Workforce Development Services. We definitely would have to get back to you with that number, but we are working diligently with trying to place those individuals in the areas that the contractors need.
Okay, and I ask that question because I'm looking at your summer youth experience program is ages 16 to 25. So those on the latter end and the 22 to 25, those are more than likely individuals that are looking for permanent jobs. So if we could get that workforce development working where they're with those contractors and then they're able to move from summer and transition directly, whether it's a laborer position or apprentice in one of the areas, then it would really, really be beneficial to the people. And these contractors, the contracts are hundreds of millions. So they need to give something back to the Virgin Islands and hire our people and train our people. Point of information first to St. Croix and St. Clifford Joseph, welcome.
Good morning. This question is for the Commissioner Malloy. You mentioned the federal portion of the summer student. Some of them need a certain training or... I want you to elaborate on the portion because I want to make sure that we're maximizing on the amount of money that we do have, that we're using all if we can. So my point is I want to make sure that we're putting out something early so if there's something specific, that so when people come to apply, when the individual comes to apply for those jobs, that they're able to get them.
Thank you for that question, and I'll turn it over to Director Sebastian because it's a part of their process. Their individuals have to, if they meet certain criteria based on program elements, then we can utilize the federal dollars. If they don't, then we have the flexibility to use the general fund. But Director Sebastian?
Shaneka Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. Can you repeat your question?
The question is, for the specialties that they might be needing for the federal portion of the monies for the summer students, that if you guys are putting out an earlier request for those folks, that way you could get some of those. If somebody need a training or two maybe before, they could get it in so they could be able to be qualified so we could get these monies maximized.
For the summer, there's no when he talk about qualifications, there's more barriers. They don't need any special training because that's what the program provides, the training. So it's barriers that they're eligible for.
Well, what are the barriers? He's trying to find what are the specific requirements.
Before, that's what I'm saying.
Say it's low income, parent or pregnant in, high school dropout, at-risk students, really.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Senator DeGraff, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in regards to what you were talking about, you mentioned the age group of 22, I think it was, would it be standard from the 14-year-old student that we implement where you're teaching them even for a summer job and training them from that level so it becomes a part of the entire program, 14 to 25, however, rather than just specifically going at the older persons during the summer internship? Is it standard from 14? We're going to train them at this level or teach them at this level, even when they're in these programs?
Shaneka.
Mike. Recognize the mic for Mr. Sebastian. Go ahead.
Shaneka Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. Yes, and that's why we do have the Career Exploration Program to help prepare them for on the job when they're 14 to 15.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Blyden, recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning again to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Malloy, AC Ford, and all other testifiers here today, and thank you so much for your testimony. I'm glad we went there because that's exactly where I'm going in respect to training our people to be prepared for all the jobs that's coming down the pipeline in quick order. Commissioner Malloy, let me ask you in respect to our young people. I talk about the Skills Center, I talk about CTEC, I talk about our high schools, our students in particular. And what the relationship or what the collaboration in terms of working with those individuals? For instance, we have education here today, the commissioner, and for those students that at risk, troubled students who usually don't want to go to school, they get kicked out of school, what have you, what the discussion that's happening in terms of those students to get them to those training programs, to get them jobs, experience, wherever, a track, and at the same time help us in the territory with all the jobs that we need. We try to import over 5,000 workers. That's unheard of. So what are we doing in all of those spaces? What's your relationship with the Skills Center? How do you collaborate with them, CTEC, etc.? Can you speak to that, please? I want to speak in that space specifically because that's an area we need to really tap into and expand on because these are a lot of individuals who can automatically join the workforce and at the same time we can save them. Speak to me, please, in that respect.
Thank you for that, Senator. I'll start and I'll ask both Director Sebastian and Director Hodge to chime in. But the relationship with education is very, very clear. They are a part of the service providers, the eligible training providers that are utilized. So you have
2 minutes.
So those are for the in-school students. So the in-school students that are going through those certification programs, they're eligible for our programs and we can place them with any of the employers for the summer for these programs to be able to do that. They also have their work experience programs that we help. We currently help the JAG, Jobs for America's graduates, in terms of placement, job placement, and we also help the NAF academies. The issue is this, remember, those students are coming out with specific interests and specific tracks to be certification. So we have to be able to match that with the positions that the employers have. Director Sebastian, anything you want to add there?
No, Commissioner.
And in terms of the out of school youth or the older individuals that there's a fine line between out of school and adult. There's an overlap. If you see the age that we federally we solve is 17 to 24, but locally we expand that 17 to 25 because we can use the general fund to be able to go to that 25. But when there's an overlap, then they can be referred
30
over
seconds.
to Workforce Development Services with Director Hodge and her team. So is there anything that you want to add, Director Hodge?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me ask in respect to that then, because in the testimony spoke to implementing a comprehensive outreach and marketing campaign. What would that campaign look like? Because I believe in terms of outreach, there's a lot of individuals we are not getting to, in my opinion. They're just my opinion, my experience in terms of talking to those individuals on the different turfs, etc. So what type of, I know you have done some before, so what type of outreach are we speaking to in terms of reaching those individuals and getting them in the space?
Okay.
Let's speak to that, please.
Thank you. The outreach that we're talking about here was specifically to the summer program, but the outreach that we do, there's a regular outreach that's being done on a regular basis. We visit schools. We talk to especially work with the counselors. We have, especially with the seniors or those individuals, the juniors and seniors that are getting ready to be able to transition. So the challenge that, again, that we have is that when we go in, there's only certain amount of our funding can be used toward in-school youth on the federal side. So what we make sure that we do when we talk about a comprehensive outreach program, when we go out to any school and we have the discussions, those students that are approaching, we identify who is planning on going to college, who's planning on going to trade school, who's planning on going to the military, who's planning to go to the world of work. Once those buckets, if you will, are identified, then our strategy works with each set of those buckets to be able to work with those students on their career opportunities. And again,
Commissioner, I'm talking about outside of school, those that's what I'm speaking about, those that outside of school. That I spoke to the skill center, etc. That's what I'm talking about with the communication and outreach. That's what I'm talking about right about now.
And the skill center, we work very closely. As I mentioned, they're an eligible training provider. They're identified to be able to do that. They have to come before the Workforce Development Board and make their presentation. They're on the eligible training provider list. So when somebody walks in the door to labor, or when we do any of our outreach, when we're at the career fairs out in the Tutu Park Mall, or when we're at Canigata or at UVI in St. Croix, or any place that we have our career fairs or opportunities, those individuals are cataloged and put into our view system, and then we do the matchmaking. We connect them with the necessary training that they need to get this employment. So there's a process.
What about those on the corner? Speak to those. Your outreach, what it looks like.
Those that are
on the corner, on the block.
Say that again.
Those on the corner, those on the blocks.
And I could be very, very direct with you, Senator. Those are we have done our outreach, and those on the corners, on the blocks, they're not interested in what we have to offer in most cases. And in addition to that, what we have also been able to find that there are other extenuating circumstances that might not make them as employable right away, so that we have to work with other agencies, and that's where our partner and the One Stop comes into play, where we tap into our other agencies like Human Services, like Voc Rehab, and we've even had to get in touch with Department of Health if we see some mental health conditions there. So there's a process and that's why the one-stop operation within the workforce system is supposed to be able to situate and help that. But I'll tell you point blank, again, that's a very difficult population because they're more at risk than we are giving them credit for. And I'm saying that because in most cases, they have barriers, as Director Sebastian mentioned, that some barriers require real intents that go beyond our scope of services. And in those cases, they're referred to another agency.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Blyden. And Commissioner Malloy, you're going to start to give the shorter versions of your answer. Okay?
Okay.
Senator Lewis, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to piggyback off what the former speaker was talking about the man in the corner, Assistant Commissioner Ford, you remember we have the apprenticeship program, a paid program. And we walk the whole of Bovoni, as well Harris Court, and it's just like when the Jehovah's Witness man come, the people, you were knocking on the door and they cheering them inside, but there's not nobody home. We were out there. Mommy say, to say nobody home, and we were out there ponging the pavement. You that think we were ice how the man was scattering. Speak up, tell the truth, and tell them, you and I, the governor and all of us, we work with applications. Commissioner Malloy, you remember that too. In different housing communities. Senator. So sometimes when I hear people say, what about the man in the corner? We do extend these programs, but it just have to be in us. And we can't continue to beat around the bush and not recognizing that. We have to want a job as well.
Senator.
Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor. And just as I think that the Commissioner wanted to be frank with you, and he did indicate that it's a challenge. It's a challenge. Nonetheless, we still go out there and we still do our best to reach them. We have not given up. A lot of the career fairs that we do, again, we hold it in areas that are convenient for individuals to even attend. So we have not given up on anybody. I think it's part of our duty also to try and reach these individuals. So we haven't given up, but it's quite a challenge. In many cases, as you know, individuals that do have the barriers for whatever reason that they can't attend. Some feel that they are more skilled and don't need training, when in fact they do need some degree of training. Before businesses hire individuals, they want to be able to know also too that they're going to have an individual who's going to be more of an asset than a liability. Okay, so therefore, this comes in and plays a critical role when businesses also have to get insurance for their employees. So it's quite a challenge, but we haven't given up.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. And before I go to Senator Francis, the category with the federal funds, when Senator from St. Croix asked what were the requirements for the particular category, you said at risk, dropout, or low income. Part of that's only the same guys in the corner that the senator was trying to describe. So it's a challenge, but it's a challenge that we have to step up to, because if we don't take care of the population, then crime increase, everything else literally increase. And it's better to take care of them by trying to provide some training than taking care of them in Golden Grove or Jambel. I know that I looked at the job site for Walter I. M. Hodge, and they had 200 plus individuals working on that job site. And a number of them were individuals that were living right there in the housing community. But I know it's a hard population, but we got to continue to try, especially with the development in the housing communities, to try to get those individuals that are working there, that are living there, to actually try to learn a trade or just become a laborer. But I applaud the effort, and we just got to continue as much as possible to get that done. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the fine folks from the Department of Labor, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I know that my colleagues have discussed the issue of us being able to provide, during the budget markup, some additional funding to support our summer employment programs. And certainly, I wanted to just quickly ask you, Commissioner, in terms of if there is any delta, anything outside of that amount that you believe that we should continue to look at?
Thank you for that question, Senator. And that's why in the attachments I provided some slides so that you could get a pretty good understanding in terms of how we go about what we do. There's always going to be a delta, because there's the individuals that apply. When they apply, that's when we know we start getting the numbers. If you don't apply all year, you apply after the date, we have our budgets or our plans in place. And so the delta is always, how many students are we going to have this year that we need to place? And then the breakdown, we show which categories and each of the programs. And so that's why we put caps on the program so that we can continue to budget as effectively as possible. So right now, with the additional 1.2 million, we're going to be able to solve over 1,000 students.
Okay, very well. Is there an opportunity for us to perhaps start a little bit earlier to help to address that particular issue? Recognizing that there will be a delta, if we start a little bit earlier, do you believe, what's the timeline when you start to accept applications for summer employment?
We're going to start February 16th. We're going to start opening the online application process, and we're going to run it until April 17th.
2 minutes.
Okay.
That's the window that we are using. And like I said, based on the budget that we have, we're planning to be able to solve in each of those categories and programs. We've put our estimates that's there.
Okay, very well. Let me move on real quickly as my time runs. Your mission statement talks about the VIDOL is to protect, improve, and employ the entire Virgin Islands workforce. Everyone gets a piece of the pie. How committed are you to that mission statement?
That is our vision. And that is what we strive to do every day. And it's tied and anchored by our 4 core values: customer satisfaction, integrity, openness, and accountability. And that is reinforced and discussed with our staff and our senior leadership team just about every day and every meeting.
Okay, so in those instances where we talk about some of the
1
challenges
minute.
that you discussed with my colleagues, how are we navigating, how are we meeting those challenges, so that we could perhaps overcome them so that everyone truly gets a piece of the pie?
And thank you for that question. And what we do strategically, like we mentioned, by having summer programs, by having our career opportunities, our career fairs, by looking strategically at different populations,
30
looking at different
seconds.
industries, looking at the demands, and making sure that the trainings are lined up to do that. But again, it all comes down to funding, because I'll tell you, the majority of the workforce system relies on the federal funding. It's only through this we're starting to get some more infusion of funding that we have right now. So funding has to do a lot to do with it, and basically once the funding is allocated, then we put our action plan in place. We build a plan and then we fund it in phases. So we might not be able to deal with all of these students this year, but then next year we'll build on those, but that's how we have to do it, based on the funding allocation. So there's a strategy in place, and we're addressing everybody that we can within our funding means.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I have two follow-up if you don't mind.
Proceed.
Just real quickly, how are we navigating the issue of second chance program to ensure that those individuals that may be challenged by prior incarceration, drug use, ban-the-backs type situation, how are we navigating those services?
And thank you for that question. We work very closely with the Bureau of Correction, Director Testamark, and Assistant Abraham. And what they do for us, they provide us with a listing of potential individuals that are slated or possibly for release, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. And then what we do is we work with them to see what type of trainings that we can get them to be ready for when they're in pending release. And so that's one of the primary ways we work with them. And it's working very closely. I know we're drafting up another MOU with them to do some more specific things. But of course, there are some challenges that we have to work out, because they have to be able to navigate and to apply for jobs within a closed system. So those are some of the things that we're working out, and they're working on their end to get a particular system, and then we can be able to send the information to them within a closed environment. But for the most part, we're working with them, and our partner, Equus, is actually going in there to do some training as well.
Okay, and I just implore, if there's any legislation required, that you share that with this body so that we could continue to work with Department of Labor to address that particular issue. My final question on this round is in respect to what is the collaboration, the synergy that's occurring with the Department of Education, our school guidance counselors and others in regards to the school to career program. I remember in high school, I spent my entire high school year going to the Virgin Islands Police Department because I wanted to be a police officer. Do we still have those type of programs going on? What is the level of collaboration in that vein?
Thank you for that, and Director Sebastian can chime in. The level of cooperation is very good with education, but again, we're limited by the amount of support that we can provide. And again, because of, if it's federal dollars, there's a cap on the amount that we can provide to in-school youth. And so we would have to rely on general fund dollars to be able to do the kind of numbers for the in-school youth. But for the most part, we collaborate, like I mentioned before, with the Jobs for America's Graduates program. We collaborate with the NAF Academy. We collaborate with any of the counselors for any of the school to work programs that they need additional placements for. We can help with the coordination of finding placements for those students if they cannot. And they work very closely with Director Sebastian and the youth team. And from time to time, if there's an overlap in the age, then they could be transferred to the Workforce Development Services, where Director Hodge and her team will then assist.
Thank you for your question, Senator Noel Francis. previously before, through Department of Labor, used to provide a number of students to Department of Education for the basic summer maintenance. They would assign 40, 50 students. They would be assigned to different schools. They'd be given specific tasks. Is that the plan this year? Are we seeing a need to make sure that we have students that are going to go to the Department of Education that can be utilized for some of the improvements necessary?
Will do.
You still do?
Yes.
And what's the number? You have a number? Or?
I don't have that number. I can look at last year's number and get back to you.
Okay, but you're having discussion with the Bureau of School Construction?
No, we haven't had discussions because they're familiar and they put in the request for the students. We had a good partnership last year, and I anticipate a great partnership this year.
Okay, well, they're coming up next, so we hope to get a number. Senator Kenneth Gittins, do you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Thank you for your testimony. Before I ask my questions, and I would need to change it up a bit, because if I wasn't the special assistant to the previous speaker, I would have sworn that he'd been over here looking at my notes with his last questioning there. But I want to first thank you, Commissioner, and your team for the video presentation that you showed earlier. However, I just want to caution you and your team and urge you to review the contents and lyrics before you show it on video and make sure that it's appropriate and that it aligns with our goals. All right? So before you show that video publicly, again, just please look at the lyrics of that song. Commissioner Malloy, let me see how to change up some of these questions, because like I said, Senator Francis went where I was going, but how does the Department of Labor and how's the Department of Labor coordinating with the Department of Education to align summer youth employment programs with student academic pathways and career readiness goals?
Thank you for that question, Senator. There are specific initiatives where we go and visit the high schools and we have assemblies with the high school seniors. And that specific initiative is Director Sebastian and the workforce team. We have an assembly with the students, again, to be able to determine who's going to college, who's going to trade school, who is going to military, who is going to the world of work. And then those individuals who are going to the world of work specifically,
2 minutes.
they're registered in the VIEW system, and then we strategically try to place them with employers who are looking for somebody to keep them after the summer.
Right, and are there any formal agreements or data sharing mechanisms between your department and the Department of Education to simply identify recruit and place eligible students into internships and summer jobs?
It comes through the same process that we do. So there was no need. The data sharing, we get the information from their planning, research, and evaluation, and then of course we have our Bureau of Labor Statistics, and we have the data that we collect from our programs.
So like the chair is saying, just try to be short and succinct. So there's no formal agreements between the two departments?
There is a formal agreement within the one-stop organization of the workforce system.
All right, and data sharing mechanisms?
Through the one-stop process, there is an MOU that's in place.
So just the one-stop only. What about the other programs?
So the one-stop is encompassing of all programs. It's supposed to be all programs. And so, again, by it being housed in the Department of Labor, the collaboration and the process and the workflow, it's pretty much seamless. And again, we don't have any challenges with getting data and information from the Department of Education.
And how are employers being engaged jointly by the Department of Labor and the Department of Education to expand paid internships, particularly in high-demand jobs?
Time.
Based on our connections with the employers, and once we have the identified need, then we collaborate to be able to help those students placed. And Director Sebastian can elaborate more on the process.
Okay, and just before she elaborates, lastly, because time was called, I just wanted to know what metrics are being used to evaluate the outcome of these programs relating to job placement, skill attainment, and return participation.
Thank you. We have our internal planning, research, and monitoring chief that these programs are monitored internally, and then we get our reports, and she meets with the directors to make sure that everything goes according to how it was planned, and look at whether any findings or anything. The providers or the service providers or where the students are placed, visits are made, interviews are done, so it's a pretty comprehensive process.
So all that said, you didn't tell me yet what metrics are being used, but who was the one that you said is going to respond to the previous question?
Director Sebastian.
All right.
Shineka Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. As it pertains to our relationship with employers, we do have a great relationship, and we have the employer request form that we have out all year. And if we do have participants that we don't have an employer match in our system, we reach out directly to employers to make the match.
And this is both public and private sector?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Department of Labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Potter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to the professionals from the Department of Labor, headed by Commissioner Malloy. Commissioner, I wanted to piggyback again, circle back around to the whole notion of outreach, and as it relates specifically to the quote-unquote young person on the corner streets. And I see them every day when I drive around from here to home. I see them there. And my question is whether or not there is value in us developing, us being the Department of Labor, developing a specialized team with the skill set, and the experience and the street credibility to have a sustained push towards recruiting or identifying or bringing in these young men who really we need to impact with regards to, them coming in to develop skills, employable skills. So that's my thinking, rather than, and I know you've been out there, but rather than a one-time thing, and it's tough work if you do not have the specialized training and skills to do it. But my thoughts are we can yield better results if we intentionally develop a specialized team who will focus on just that. Any thoughts, Anna?
I thank you for that question, and the thoughts are any additional support will be definitely welcome. But I'll tell you, the strategies are consistent. What we have been doing by Department of Labor, you're getting the one-stop operator to come with us as well. So when we go out to do outreach, especially to at-risk populations, the wraparound services of having human services, of having vote rehab, and having education are very important. So if you're talking about developing a separate unit outside of that, again, the structure is already there, the expertise is already there. The issue is making the results that we're looking at and looking for. Oftentimes it's very difficult because before they can be employable, there are other barriers that need to be addressed. And so we can't move forward with placement until some of those other barriers are addressed, and we don't control those timelines.
Okay. Thanks for your response. I wanted to ask you about, we know that persons who, or young people who are employed for the
1 minute.
summer, they typically would experience a boost in their confidence levels, enhanced problem-solving skills, stronger connections to employers. You know, those things that you mentioned in your presentation. I wanted to know, I know anecdotally that is the case. I wanted to know if there was any specialized tools that you utilize to actually measure the growth and the success of these summer programs. You know, to see where
30
students were in
seconds.
the beginning versus afterwards, so that there is data that says, yes, I have seen the needle moved when it comes to the before and after their summer experience.
Yes, thank you for that question. Director Sebastian?
Shaneka Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. We don't have any specialized tools that we use to measure that.
No surveys or anything like that?
No.
That you do.
Time.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just one. Okay.
We do.
Ms. Sebastian, Director Sebastian, Mike?
We do have evaluation forms that's done through the monitoring unit that the commissioner mentioned earlier.
Okay, my final question, of the $1.4 million in the budget for this year, what percentage of that goes directly to wages versus administrative overhead, service provider fees, etc.? Do they get the actual $1.4 million in wages for students?
Correct, correct. The 1.2 that we get goes directly to wages. It's all in personnel. We don't have any administration costs included in that budget, but we do have provider payments that administers the 14 and 15-year program. So all the costs is directly towards the students.
Thank you for your response. I see the value of this program. I myself participated in the program many years ago. I'm scared to tell you, how long it was, but the program is solid, it's sound, and I think it's a lifeline for young people as well as their families. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The program had a different name back then. Many. How many you're going to say, Mr. President? Senator Francis, you recognize your point?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick thought real quickly. Commissioner, have you had any interaction or referral from the Office of Gun Violence Prevention Unit? And if yes, how many such interaction? And my question is two-part. Also, is there any support funding coming from the Law Enforcement Planning Commission to support this program?
Thank you for that question, Senator. We don't get support funding from the Law Enforcement Planning Commission because that's grants that we would have to apply for, so we have not tapped into that funding. But on a regular basis, the Office of Gun Violence, we're in regular communication. They're also they're on our top list of placements that they provide us with a listing of individuals, just like we get a listing of those from the family court judges. We get a listing of those individuals. We cross-check that listing from Human Services. So we get a listing of priority individuals who are at risk and that need to be employed based on a mandate or court order, and so we work with it within our process.
Thank you. I think the question really goes towards LEPC usually has a substantial budget that is not being utilized, and the monies are going back. So there are some opportunities in which you can expand your programs because they're looking for venues to be able to spend those monies. So it would be a real good idea. What is the cost per student? Because I really thought that we'd have been able to hire like 1,100 when we did the math during the budget markup. I thought that the 1.2 million along with the federal fund, we'd have been able to hire a little more than 1,100, 1,240.
Yes, so it differs.
So if you look at page 6 on the attachments, where there's a breakdown there. So roughly for the Career Explorers, there's about $720 per student. We pay a $400 stipend. Of course, there is a fringe that we have to include. For the work experience, which is the 5-week paid, it ranges between $1,300 and $1,400. And for the internship for Lyft, it's about $3,625. So that breakdown per student is there.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. Because I think when we did the numbers, we were trying to estimate for the 1,240 students as to what it would have cost to be able to bring on 1,240. So I would look at the numbers and see how that works out, because we really didn't want to have 300 students again applying and don't receive any type of employment. So hopefully we will see how that works out. How much federal funds?
Also, if I may, Senator.
Yes.
On page 8, slide work experience. So the differential that you have to factor in. So there are different programs. So the career exploratory is 400. That's stipend per student. But in terms of the 5-week, depending if you're in school and out of school, we pay $10.50 an hour. If you're a college, first year and second year, we pay $11 an hour. If you are at college, third and fourth year, we pay $11.50. So there's a differential there. And the Lyft, we pay $14 an hour. So that might be some of the calculation issues, because the numbers vary depending on how much we get students in those categories.
Okay. And the federal monies that you have earmarked for the program, you're able to expend all of that because you have enough individuals that apply for positions, or you have an issue with applications for that particular category, at risk, dropout, low income? So you have sufficient applicants in those categories?
Yes, correct, because that funding is used for year-round as well, and we just allot a portion of it for the summer as needed.
Okay. With your workforce development program, you had a program for
30 seconds.
to train individuals in EMS?
That may have been done through our partner, the Skill Center.
Okay. And that was on both islands? Was it done, or you're not sure?
I know they do offer the class as an eligible training provider, so we may have had students doing that class.
Okay. What I'm trying to correlate to, if we have a workforce development program to train EMTs, then you want to see what is a carryover, how many of those individuals have applied to Department of Health, whether or not those numbers are increasing. Not Department of Health would now fire EMS, but we're trying to see how we could align those particular numbers. For those categories, you have a direct relationship with Human Services.
Yes.
And they provide data to you.
Yes, as needed.
And names, etc.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Colleagues, the main intent of bringing Department of Labor to the body was to make sure that the public clearly understand the summer employment program, the dates of employment. So I'm going to ask you again to put that on the record along with the website. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. The dates are the application dates. The application will be open on February 16th, right after the fair on St. Croix, and it will run until April 17th. So that's the application window for online application. It's at vidal.gov, vidol.gov/youth. That's where you'll find the application, the online application. We're not doing the paper anymore, so it's best to do the online submission.
Repeat the site, please.
It's vidal, vidol.gov/youth.
Okay. Is there a paper application also?
No, there's no paper application. Everything is done through the online process, so it gets date stamped and everything else.
Okay.
Please make sure the applications are completed. The application has a process that you can upload very securely whatever are the requirements, and so we try to make sure it's a completed application.
Okay. And they received some type of confirmation that the application was received?
Yes. Yes. They receive an automatic response say it was submitted.
Okay. And then the response in terms of them getting hired, they also come electronically?
No, the staff reach out directly to the participants via phone or email if we can't get them by the phone.
Okay. Thank you so much. Colleagues, anyone has a one last burning question before we go to Department of Education? Senator Francis?
Mr. Chair, I didn't have
I'm
my
so
2 or 3
sorry,
minutes, Mr. Chair.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized. I am sorry.
First of all, I'd like to, again, I know I heard you earlier, but I'd like to personally give the colleagues, Mr. Franklin Johnson, my condolences on the passing of his daughter, also to Miss Juanita Eastman Joseph and her husband for the passing of their daughter. Because at the end of the day, I've been on that road, and it's not an easy road, so I don't even know if the road ever ends as far as your pain and suffering. So, again, condolences to the family. Along the line, going back now to Commissioner Malloy. So you guys are not reaching out to individuals who might not have the use of an internet or access to internet as far as for a summer job?
We are, yes, we are, but they can either come to our office or we are going to be out at the fair. We're out at different locations in St. Thomas and St. John as well.
Okay, so, and the next question I get around the same is, so when you guys go to the schools, you give them the opportunity at the same time too then?
Because we're going to provide them with a link. When we go to the schools, we ask permission for the students to use their phones, and they could do online, and they could do what they need to do there as well.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure that we're making access anyhow, if there's not a paper access point. And I never heard the actual total of what the federal government, the amount of money that's allowed for each student for the summer student, for the youths.
So it's set up based on the guidelines that we have based on the program. So if the barriers, like Director Sebastian mentioned, if the students qualify based on a particular barrier, then we'll utilize the federal dollars. If they don't qualify for that and they apply, then we'll use the general fund money. So we maximize the federal dollars as much as we can for us, and then we start utilizing the general fund.
2 minutes.
Okay, so it's around the same then when it comes to the amount.
So on the federal side, like I said, we're using several different sources to be able to make sure that we have budgeted that 1.4 million.
Okay, then let me break it down a little smaller then.
Okay.
So what's the max for each student? Okay, you give a high and low on the local, so what's the max high and low on the federal monies?
Well, it's based on the same framework.
Okay, good.
Based on them coming into the program. So we don't do a different scale for the federal and local. So if they're coming into the program and on the career exploratory, it's a stipend of 400. It's just where the funding source would be to pay that money.
But do you collect data on the students who came through a summer program and are willing to go right out in the work field after?
Yes, we do.
1 minute.
And do the Department of Labor also conduct follow-up on students after the program is completed to track what they're doing themselves after?
Yes, we do. We follow up specifically, especially with the LIFT interns. Again, they're a part of our Virgin Islands Abroad reach because we recognize our pipeline is our in-school students, our local residents, and Virgin Islands Abroad. So we have a relationship with the Board of Education as well for all those individuals who have received any of the scholarships. And so we reach out to those individuals to try to see, are you interested? These are the jobs that are available, to see if we can pull them back into the territory. So we do that for the young people as well.
Okay, and then what safeguards are in place to make sure that the funds for 2026 are distributed evenly amongst the islands?
Time.
Well, we always do that to make sure it's based on applications, and it's always Director Sebastian and her team does a very good match. But it's based on the applications. So, you know, okay, so we try to make sure that A and B 100 in St. Croix and 400 in St. Thomas or vice versa.
Okay,
but it's based on the applications. So we're expecting everybody to submit that's interested to submit their applications as early as possible, and then we go through the process.
Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And Director Sebastian, after April 17, it's closed.
Yes,
Okay, so you're going to close the site?
we're going to close the site.
Okay, because last year you didn't, and then you get 200 applications after.
Correct.
Okay. So to the public out there, February 16 to April 17, you need to submit your applications. If you know your child is going to be home, they're looking for a summer job, or they're presently in school, they're looking for a summer job, you need to submit your application. That is the main reason why Department of Labor is here. So the information is out. Mr. Malloy, I'm going to give you an opportunity to wrap up so we could move to Block 2.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for us to share the information. I just want to refer you to page 9. There's a slide that you can, and we made sure it's available, that you can put up, that has the timeline that talks about April, from February 16th to April 17th, and has a timeline in terms of what happens with the application, how the participants, the orientation, how the breakdown, all the way to the closing ceremony, which we're projected to do that in August. Remember, the school calendar has changed, so we need to make sure that all our programs end before that time so that we could get the students back into school. So with the Career Exploratory, we're looking at June 1, 2026 to June 26, a 4-week program. With the 5-week work experience, we're looking at 3 different periods of 5 weeks, starting May 18th to June 19th, then June 1 to July 3rd, June 15th to July 17th. So that information is also on the slides that we provide that we can ask for your indulgence. And also for the internship lift program, or labor investing for tomorrow, that is an 8-week internship program. And we're looking at the internship from May to July. And again, everything culminating with our closing activities that must happen in early August, so that the students are returning back to school, and so the schools will be open. I just also wanted to make sure that I recognize that we have a former LIFT student in the audience with us that went through the LIFT program and was hired by the Department of Labor and is working right now with the Youth and Apprenticeship, Ms. Jules Joseph. She's here. I want to thank you. And also just wanted to
cameras, can you go to the young lady?
The ongoing conversation, we want to make sure that we're having the discussion about education, workforce development, and economic development that's happening with Mr. Mark Perner, international speaker, well-researched author, and he will be having a stakeholder session tomorrow on St. Thomas. And then we're having roundtables with the employers on Tuesday in St. Croix and Wednesday in St. Thomas. The information is out there. And also we're doing school visits to meet with the juniors and seniors and certain populations that the schools are putting together for us. So we're very, very engaged in the process. And as Senator Francis mentioned, we're here to protect, improve, and employ all the residents in the Virgin Islands. And me and my team are very, very focused and engaged in doing that and trying to make sure that we do everything possible that we can to make sure that access and opportunity is there to all residents in the Virgin Islands. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malloy. I was trying to get the camera to show the young lady that went through the LIFT program and is now employed. Okay, and congratulations. That is what we want to see. You can see the direct transition. Congratulations. So make sure you let everybody know how you got that position and encourage other individuals who enroll in the LIFT program to also transition into central government. Thank you so much, Mr. Malloy. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development will recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Madam Clerk, you have one more piece of correspondence that you need to put on the record. You may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair. February 5th, 2026, the Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Senator Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice that I am unable to attend today, Thursday, February 5th, 2026, Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas due to an unexpected illness. My sincere apologies for any inconveniences that my absence and notice may have caused. Kindly forward any information shared during this meeting to my office. Thank you kindly for your understanding on this matter. Carla J. Joseph, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Please mark Senator Carla Joseph as excused. Okay, next we're going to be moving to Block 2. Can you read Block 2 into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2, updates on school maintenance, capital projects, internet connectivity, and federal funds. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Dion Wells Hendrickson, Ed D., Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Mr. Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, and the Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm going to allow the testifiers to put the name and title on the record, starting with the Commissioner of Education, and then...
Good afternoon, Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Okay, so we'll continue with Department of Education, so going to my left.
Good afternoon, Vicky Vasquez Liber, Director of Procurement, Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Hasina Harris.
Mike.
Good afternoon, Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner, Fiscal and Admin Affairs at Department of Education.
Next.
Good afternoon, Dr. Simrity Brown Gums, Deputy Superintendent, Acting Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District.
Next. Senator Francis Mike. Pull it a little closer, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. James Richardson, Acting Chief Information Officer, Department of Education.
Say it again.
Good afternoon, James Richardson, Acting Chief Information Officer.
Mr. Benjamin, and then to my right.
No mic. Good afternoon, Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Good afternoon, Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director of Maintenance.
Good afternoon, Dr. Charmaine Myers, the CFO, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Good afternoon, Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of Construction.
Good afternoon, Jason Parija, Deputy Director.
Now over to St. Croix, starting with Mr. Som.
Good afternoon, Senator. Victor Som, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Next, young man next to Mr. Som.
Good afternoon, Bobby Ferris, Assistant Manager of Facilities.
Good afternoon, Kwam Garcia, Projects Manager, Bureau of School Construction.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to begin with the testimony of the Commissioner of Education. Colleagues, we're going to make sure that the testimonies don't overlap. So the Commissioner is going to start with interconnectivity, because the projects that were outlined is also going to be discussed by the Bureau of School Construction, and the Commissioner will do new school, the redistricting, and absenteeism, and then we'll move on to Mr. Benjamin. The Commissioner of Property and Procurement is here today to provide answers, okay, so that we can make sure that what we need to complete or what we need to literally work out, that we have clear understanding as to whose responsibility and the direction that we need to move in to make sure that these contracts are executed, payments materialize, etc. So she's here for her expertise. So I'm going to begin with the Commissioner of Education.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, Chairman Kurt A. Viale, Vice Chair Senator Avery L. Lewis, other committee members, Senator Morrissey James, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, and Senator Carla J. Joseph, other members of the 36th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, privileged to serve as the Commissioner of Education for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony and updates concerning internet connectivity, new schools, transition plans, and our attendance data. Joining me today are members of my team, Mr. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner, Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal Affairs, Dr. Simra Brown Gums, Acting Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District, Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District, Ms. Vicky Vasquez Leiber, Director of Procurement, and James Richardson, Interim Chief Information Technology Officer. Additional VIDE personnel are on standby to provide detailed insights into specific areas if needed. Again, thank you for your unwavering support and the opportunity to testify today. Virgin Islands Department of Education Technology Infrastructure Update. Since the start of this current school year, the Virgin Islands Department of Education has been faced with ongoing network and internet connectivity challenges, primarily impacting schools on St. Thomas because the department's primary network operations center resides in the St. Thomas district. These disruptions have also directly impacted St. Croix, resulting in territory-wide interruptions. These challenges are largely due to aging infrastructure, outdated equipment, and recurring system failures across both districts. A major contributing factor has been the frequency of territory-wide power outages, which has damaged critical technology equipment, particularly battery backup systems needed to protect and maintain operations during power interruptions. In response, the VIDE Information Technology Team has implemented various short-term stabilization measures, which include the critical upgrade of a major central server. This improvement allows for faster restoration of services following outages and replaces legacy systems previously in place. While this has improved operational recovery, it is not a sustainable long-term solution given the continued instability of the school's power grid and the ongoing challenges associated with WAPA service interruptions. To address these systemic concerns, VIDE has actively worked to secure federal funding through the E-rate program. This federal initiative provides discounted support to our schools, telecommunication services, internet access, and internal network infrastructures. Through E-rate, the department plans to modernize its technology environment by replacing outdated equipment, installing new modernized battery backup systems, upgrading internal network infrastructure, and expanding the wireless connectivity across school campuses. The department is currently in its final stage of contract development and anticipates releasing the request for proposal in March for the first phase of territory-wide supply, installation, and maintenance of battery systems. Due to limited internal staffing capacity, these services will be outsourced to ensure a timely, efficient, and professional implementation. In the next phase, VIDE will be replacing deteriorating cabling and upgrading obsolete network electronics, which will further enhance network throughout and reliability throughout the territory. These investments are mission critical to support future expansions and the evolving technology demands. In subsequent phases, the department will begin expanding wireless coverage in classrooms across the territory. These improvements will enhance digital learning, strengthen instructional technology, and provide more reliable internet access for students and staff. VIDE has identified the need for a dedicated generator to support critical technology operations during extended power outages. While a generator would significantly enhance systems reliability, no funding source has currently been identified for this component, as generator purchases are not eligible under E-rate funding guidelines. So we have been in extensive conversation with the Bureau in terms of how we can utilize generators that may be in other locations to help us to ensure that we have a generator at that central hub in St. Thomas. And we are completing the generator installation for Julius E. Sproul School. And Mr. Benjamin has already indicated that he will transfer the generator that's currently at Sproul, since we've upgraded that system, and move it to the headquarters, which would allow for our central hub to be fully energized all the time when we have service interruptions. I also want to bring to your attention that we have had significant destroying of our cables and fibers in our schools by the rats. The rats enjoy eating our fiber, and they have really infested our server rooms in our schools and have destroyed major equipment. For example, I was at Complex last week, and in speaking to the principal at that particular site, we talked about the wireless issues that he's having. Well, come to find out, when the network technicians get in there, the rat urine had gone into the system and destroyed the whole equipment. So since then, the team has made some adjustments that Mr. Richardson can speak about to allow us to still be able to provide the connectivity that our schools desperately need. But I wanted to put that on the record, because not only do we have challenges with equipment, we got challenges with the rodents as well. In summary, while recent improvements have increased short-term network stability, long-term sustainability will require continued infrastructure investments. Federal E-rate funding remains a critical mechanism to modernize the department's technology systems, improve reliability, and ensure uninterrupted educational services throughout the Virgin Islands. New school construction projects, The new school construction projects are moving forward, including the Charlotte Amalia High School and the Arthur Richards Junior High School. St. Croix updates. We have a picture of the new school, Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8 school. It's scheduled to open in August of 2026. Furniture have been ordered, and all new technology, computers, books, and other components or contents have been specified by VIDE and will be provided by the design-build contractor for a turnkey project. Charlotte Amalia High School. The design for the new Charlotte Amalia High School was pending FEMA approval of the environmental assessment report. The first construction activities will include establishing laydown area adjacent to the west access road that was used to demolish buildings A, B, and C under a lease from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Earth movement and laying of foundations for the first 2 classroom buildings will then begin in the open space created by the demolition of buildings A, B, and C. Swing space near the existing campus will be prepared to receive students. The swing space will be turnkey with renovated learning spaces, new furniture, and new computers for students and teachers. Once students outside the field and in the weekly annex move into the swing space, work will proceed on the rest of the northern portion of the campus outside the field. By using the swing space, the required school buildings will be completed in a single phase, saving construction time and associated inflation costs. Less money spent on inflation means more funds to be spent on brick and mortar for the students. The work expected this summer required FEMA's environmental and historic preservation approval that was received the last week of January, and includes the following: contractor mobilization with construction fence and trailers, activation of the western access road, and installation of erosion control measures. Heavy earth moving to support retaining structures in the area where the old buildings were demolished. Begin construction of foundations and site retaining structures for the new classroom buildings, installation of new utilities. Modernization of Bertha C. Bushelter Pre-K to 8 school. The design for BCB has received FEMA's approval and a favorable FCD, Federal Consistency Determination, FCD, from DPNR. Work is scheduled to begin this summer. Swing spaces on the existing campus will be prepared to receive students, and work will proceed on the campus in phases. The student population is below capacity. Therefore, students will be relocated to swing spaces within the existing campus to accommodate phase construction. Swing spaces will be renovated into a turnkey with new furniture, new computers for students and teachers. On a different note, a separate application for the safe room has been submitted for FEMA for approval. The contractor has completed the design drawings to 90% and has already begun to mobilize to the site. Trailers have been placed on the site, and work will commence by this summer to include the following: begin replacement of rooftop AC units. Work will be ongoing all summer and will continue into the fall. Begin replacement of AC units in classroom to the extent allowed using the existing electrical system. Additional work that may require electrical system upgrades will be done later. Replacement of flat roofs, membrane roofs. Begin replacement of windows. Window replacement will be ongoing all summer and continue into the fall. Begin removal of old equipment and patching of exterior wall. Begin renovation of the gymnasium, classroom wing J and classroom wing K to include ceilings, walls, light fixtures, fire alarms, electrical devices, floor finishes, wall finishes, plumbing upgrade, fire protection, gym floor repairs, and replacement of athletic equipment. Note that the contractor is currently finalizing design and logistics planning and determining exactly what scope will be for the day zero full renovation of this project, and the information above is current as of today. The next picture shows Julius E. Sprouse School. The new Julius E. Sprouse School pre-K to 12 school on St. John has progressed to 60%. DPNR is reviewing the federal consistency determination. A no-build zone has been identified to protect historic resources, and the school's access road is being modified to incorporate a recommendation from the contractor and avoid the no-build zone. So when we talk about the no-build zone, we're talking about a graveyard. So the artifacts and graves in that area. The Department of Property and Procurement is working with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority to acquire the land diagonally across the street from the New Sproul School to construct the ball field. So one of the concerns when we went for federal consistency determination by the board at DPNR was the fact that there was no field. And the land that we acquired from the national park did not allow us to have a field. But in doing the research, there was a property across the street from where the school will be built that could accommodate a field for that particular location. So we're currently in negotiations to purchase that field from Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Once it is purchased, it will require a change order in scope, but would allow us to put a field there for our children. So I'm really looking forward to that as well. Abraham's modernization project is 30% complete and pending SCD modifications and FEMA approval. Both approvals are expected in a few months, and work should begin this fall, subject to these approvals. The work will consist of an expansion to the kitchen to address structural issues with an additional classroom space above the expanded kitchen. The front of the building will also be expanded to provide additional administrative and circulation spaces. The building slated for demolition will finally be demolished. So down at that particular campus, we house adult ed, and we house the Whitley Skills Center students. And so because they share the space, there's a need for additional administrative spaces, and then for the demolition of those damaged buildings on that particular site. Edith Williams Alternative Academy, the design, demolition, and addition to the Edith Williams Alternative Academy is 30% complete and pending FCD modification and FEMA approval. The project will be placed out for bids as a single project to encourage participation by smaller firms. St. Thomas Bundle includes Ivana Udoraken, E. Benjamin Oliver, Janie Tuitt at Muller, Janie Tuitt Childhood Center, along with additions and modernizations to Bowski, Lockhart, and a new St. Thomas Education Center, which would replace the old curriculum center, are in the design phase and are being submitted to DPNR for federal consistency determination approval as soon as the designs develop. One project has received both a favorable FCD from DPNR and FEMA approval of the design, and that site is Lockhart. Early work is being planned. The start of the early work is contingent upon the completion of the swing space for Charlotte Amalia High School. Once Charlotte Amalia High School students are relocated out of the Whitley Annex and into the swing space, students at Lockhart will be relocated from selected modulars at Lockhart into the Whitley Annex to allow these modulars to be removed and the land to be used as lay-down area. Redistricting plans and accommodations. John H. Woodson Junior High School currently serves 441 7th and 8th graders, 8th grade students, supported by 76 faculty and staff members, 1 dean, and 2 administrators. Due to ongoing environmental concerns beyond repair, John H. Woodson Junior High School will transition to the new location, Eulalie Rivera campus, in June of 2026. The Eulalie Rivera campus has more than sufficient classroom capacity and includes some of the largest instructional spaces in the district, providing ample teaching and learning environments to support the John Woodson Junior High School community. The relocation will require a significant redistricting of students to ensure school attendance aligns more closely with neighborhood proximity and to reduce excessive transportation distances to the Eulalie Rivera campus, which lies outside the Mid-Island District. For example, students currently feeding from Lumbakul Elementary School and Ricardo Richards Elementary School will instead transition into the Juanita Gardine K-8 school and the Pearl B. Larson Pre-K to 8 for grades 7 and 8, based on their verified home address. Students currently attending Alfredo Andrews Elementary School will continue to feed into John H. Woodson Junior High School, now housed as the Eulalie Rivera campus. To ensure adequate spacing across all schools, the district will eliminate all existing out-of-district approvals previously granted to families. Residents of the western neighborhoods will not be granted attendance at schools such as Paul B. Larson Pre-K to 8, Lumokol Elementary Schools, or Ricardo Richards Elementary School. It is inequitable for students residing in neighborhoods such as Strawberry or Sunny Acres to be unable to attend their neighborhood school due to seats being occupied by students residing on the western side of the island. This creates hardships for families who must provide their own transportation and results in additional transportation costs for the department when students are transported to schools far from their homes. During the months of February and March, the district will implement a comprehensive communication plan utilizing print and audio messaging to ensure families are informed in a timely manner, particularly those impacted by these changes. Additionally, the department will host in-person meetings for families of current Eulalie Rivera Pre-K to 8 students who are scheduled to transition as a true Pre-K to 8 cohort into the Arthur Richards campus. Similar meetings for those families of the current John H. Woodson Junior High School will also occur. District staff, school registrars, and system analysts are currently executing the district's Prep to Build exercise in collaboration with the Power School Support Team in preparation for the upcoming year. This work includes classroom projections and course scheduling for the new Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8 school and the new home of the John H. Woodson family. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has developed a comprehensive transition plan in collaboration with key stakeholders, outlining benchmark deadlines for communication and action to ensure a smooth district-wide operation. This includes notice to employees of new campus assignments and school leadership shifts that will be required due to separations and projected retirements. As staff shortages continue to affect classroom coverage, the plan supports the strategic right sizing of instructional staff and equitable placement of support across the district. The transition to new workspaces and learning environments, and the successful opening of the 2026-2027 school year. As the department embarks on this student-centered, data-driven, intentional shift in the district, we welcome the support and collaboration of our community and the families we serve. Bertha C. Bushelton Middle School, serving 583 students, supported by 93 faculty and staff and 3 administrators, has faced significant instructional challenges due to the ongoing infrastructure and resource constraints. In response to these conditions, the school has been placed on an abbreviated instructional schedule, and on Monday, November 17, 2025, operating at 7:20 to 12:30 p.m. daily. Despite the shortened day, the administration ensured that both breakfast and lunch have been served to our students, maintaining our commitment to student nutrition and well-being. During deliberations with the teachers' union, The possibility of transitioning the school to a full virtual instructional model was explored. While the option was considered carefully, it ultimately proved not feasible. Two primary barriers prevented the implementation of a fully remote schedule: student connectivity limitations. A significant portion of our student population does not have reliable internet access at home, making consistent participation in virtual learning impossible for many. Insufficient access to individual devices. A notable percentage of the students do not possess personal laptops or tablets, and the school device inventory is insufficient to guarantee one-to-one distribution. To better understand the potential impact of virtual transition, the school conducted a parent poll. 204 of the 563 parents responded, representing a substantial portion of our school community. Specifically, the following items would have been available for students provided by parents: 188 laptops, 51 cell phones, 43 tablets, and 15 desktops. The results were clear. 75% indicated that their child would be at a disadvantage if instruction moved fully online. This data underscores the inequities that would rise from a virtual model and highlight the importance of maintaining in-person access whenever safely possible. Given these realities, the abbreviated in-person schedule was the most equitable and educationally sound option available. It allowed us to preserve face-to-face instruction, maintain essential student services, and uphold our responsibility to provide accessible education to our students, regardless of their socioeconomic status or home technology resources. Moreover, the busing situation was another factor in our decision-making. Busing for this extra run is $3,000 per day because an abbreviated day for the school would mean that buses would pick up students from BCB, take those children to their stops, and then return for the other 9 schools 2 hours later when all activity centers are dismissed. The abbreviated day is still ongoing at BCB, and presently we don't have a date certain time that our students will return to a full schedule. We have been in significant discussions with the Bureau and also with the American Federation of Teachers, because the union also has resources that we can tap into. In those discussions, we are going to have an AFT environmental specialist and join Mr. Benjamin in putting devices in our classrooms that were experiencing challenges. And we will continue our efforts to partner to get our schools back on track. Charlotte Amalia High School, presently serving 949 students, is preparing for a new building project designed to meet the needs of our students. I just want the senators to pay attention to our numbers. Anybody who knows Charlotte Amalia High School back in the 1,500 students, we are down to 949, okay? Our district has undertaken the planning of the new facility designed specifically for grades 10 through 12. This project will allow us to expand academic programming, modernize science, technology, and career technical spaces, improve safety and accessibility, and provide students with high-quality environment they deserve. Construction will begin in the summer of 2026, and the project timeline requires us to prepare now for a transition period. In the interim, the need for swing space during construction, we must relocate the 710 10th to 12th graders to an appropriate transitory space. This temporary facility must be capable of supporting our core academic classes, elective offerings, special education services, technology access, and adequate cafeteria library, and should also support student support spaces. Specifically, the plan entails specialized subjects like JROTC music, culinary arts, auto body, automotive, and self-contained special education programs, along with core subject areas will remain on the main campus. The daily schedule for each student will be designed around students not having to traverse long distance between classes and class periods. This investment today ensures that our students do not lose instructional time, that our teachers can continue delivering high-quality instruction, and that the new building can be completed on schedule. Every year of delay compounds the challenges our students face and increases the cost to our stakeholders. The swing space is not a luxury, and it's non-negotiable. It's a non-negotiable requirement to keep students learning safely and without interruption. Without it, construction cannot proceed, and our students would face significant disruptions in their education. Construction for Charlotte Amalie High School, like mentioned before, will begin in the summer of 2026 with definite projections that can be shared at a later time with this body. One last area that I wanted to touch on today with this body is the enrollment and attendance challenges. And before we get into the enrollment and attendance challenges, I want to also share with this committee that we do have a St. Croix educational bundle in the amount of $1 billion for new construction in the St. Croix District. That includes Marco and Marco campus, because we are flipping the campus. Students will remain on the instructional side and will start to build on the other side. We have Central High School that is in design as we speak. Central High School will also be a flipped campus where the demolition would occur during the summer of the gym, and then construction will be able to take place on the other side. We have schools like Alfredo Andrews that is also a new build. And so there's extensive work. We have the educational center that will be housed at the Diageo building that we already purchased. And so as the department is moving towards all of these construction projects, it's going to be a lot happening in the Department of Education all at one time. And so we are in dire need, and I believe when my counterpart speaks on maintenance, we all know we got challenges in our current schools. So it is so imperative that we are able to keep track of these new school projects. And through the Super PMO that has been established at ODR, they are doing an effective job in assisting both the Bureau and VIDE in managing those new school projects. So everything right now is being managed by the Super PMO. Mr. Benjamin and I sit in the owners' meetings. We do have regular check-in meetings with those companies that have the greatest amount of projects. For example, the billion-dollar projects of Suffolk, CBNA. And so we have bi-weekly meetings to make sure that these projects are on schedule and that we don't have any delays, which is important to both of us. And we also have a regular check-in meeting with Jay Benton and Consigli, who is responsible for the modernization of BCB, the new build of Charlotte Amalie High School, Central High School in St. Croix, as well as Julius E. Sproul School and St. John. So it's a lot of activity going on, but we both are at the table and we're able to point out things that we don't agree with, and we're able to address any challenges that the contractors may have during this period of rebuilding and modernization. So, student enrollment data, like I mentioned before, this table shows that our enrollment has steadily decreased. And so in the St. Thomas St. John district, we have 5,292 students. And in the St. Croix district, we have 5,005 students. An overall population of 10,000 children, significantly lower than we have ever experienced in the Virgin Islands Department of Education. School attendance, however, plays a critical role in students' academic success, yet many schools many schools are facing ongoing challenges, ensuring that students are present and engaged every day. These challenges can stem from a range of factors, including health issues that I was just outside talking with Commissioner Alejandro about the flu. The flu is keeping our children out of school because they're getting sick. Transportation barriers. We have students out of district. If parents aren't able to get them to their respective sites, if they are being transported by parents, that becomes a problem. Family responsibilities and student social emotional needs. Understanding these patterns and the root cause of absenteeism is essential for developing effective strategies that keep students connected to their learning environment. The Virgin Islands Public School attendance summaries for 2024 to 2025 and 2025 to 2026, which is unofficial as of now, because we're currently in that year, reveal a troubling trend of increasing daily absences across both districts. In 2024-2025 public school attendance summary for the Virgin Islands shows an average daily membership of 10,022 students, with 9,307 students attending and 703 students absent on a typical day. On a typical day across the territory. We have a problem. We have a big problem. Data doesn't lie, by the way. So that's why we brought the data, because we have a problem. In 2025-2026 summary, unofficial, covering the first 98 days of school, reports a slightly lower average daily membership of 9,612 students and 8,861 in attendance, yet the average daily absences has risen to 779 students territory-wide. This means that even with fewer enrolled students overall, more students are absent each day. The tables below show you our numbers by school. I have to put on my glasses for this one. So I'm just going to pull some random ones. BCB, 42. Charlotte Amalia High School on an average day, 67. More students going to Ken. They're 33. When we go down to St. Croix, Alfredo Andrews, 62. Claudio Marco, 43. John Woodson, 75. No, that's not John Woodson. That's St. Croix Central High School, 75. Complex, 63. So, Senators, I don't need to read too much of this part of my testimony. We are here today, and this wasn't asked by the senators, but I also love to collaborate with the senators because we need help. When our students miss critical days of instruction, it widens the gap that we are seeing in performance. Our policy indicates that after 10 days, we drop students. Some of our parents have been so creative that they will keep them out 9 days and bring them back when they know it's the 10th. We have situations where families plan cruises during the school year, where we have trips to Santo Domingo and other places where students are gone for X amount of days. I took some time to look at the legislation concerning truancy. And there is a penalty that we can work together to enforce, where parents can be penalized $100 for truancy. I know that my principals have gone into neighborhoods. I know that the superintendents are tracking the data. We have had outreach. And we continue to emphasize to our parents the need for these children to be in school. And we know that the foundational levels that determine a child's success is pre-K to third. And if our elementary schools are, having this alarming amount of students absent on a daily basis, we know what's going to happen. And education gets blamed for everything. But we can't do it alone. Parents have a responsibility to bring their children to school. And when we dive deeper into the data, and we've said it on this floor already, we see students who can't get themselves ready. Pre-K, first, second, third, with alarming rates of absenteeism. That's the parent. Our parents have to do better. We are in partnership. The department cannot do it without the parents. But it's having a significant impact on our students' performance and the overall accountability of our schools in our report cards, because attendance is a part of that. So as we talk today, as we have good conversation today, and the superintendents are ready to talk in depth about what's in this testimony, I'm asking this body for us to work together to get the message across that education matters. That when our students are missing, they miss out on a lot. That every day counts. So when we look at BCB, they already have an abbreviated schedule, and students not showing up, compounding. It's being compounded. And for some reason, education is not on the top of people's list anymore. But education drives the world that we live in. We create the doctors, we create the senators, we create the teachers, we create the commissioners. But if our people don't see the need, then we will continue to say the same things over and over and over. And so, Senator, Chairman, I put it in there because it's a serious, serious problem. And our teachers work hard. And we have multi-tiered systems of support in place. We have intervention blocks. But every time we may take a step forward, we're taking 10 steps back in some cases because we can't get our children to come to school. So, as we go through today, I am asking this body to understand that absenteeism means reduced instructional hands-on time with children, lower proficiency rates, interrupted learning progressions, increased need for intervention, and long-term consequences. And while the superintendents and their teams are trying to make sure that that core instruction is where it should be, if they ain't showing up for the core instruction, we know what happened in that intervention is going to be needed even more. But the department is committed. We're going to do our part. But I wanted to bring it to the knowledge of this body as well as my community, our community. It's a problem. And it's a problem that's going to require all of us, all hands on deck concerning this chronic absenteeism issue. So as you go through the testimony, senators, my team and I, we are ready to answer any questions, anything that needs to be discussed relative to the attendance campaigns that are happening in the schools. I went to Paul B and they put up their daily attendance every day. It's not a mystery. They put it up. So you know that they're at 90% when they should be at 95. You know that they're 80% when they should be at 95. They make it known. Schools are going above and beyond. I'm not asking, I have evidence. But again, we can only do so much. Parents, this is a plea. We need our students in school. We gotta change this trajectory, or else years later, we'll be complaining about an illiterate society. That education failed, because that's what people say all the time, and education has a tall order to fail. So I'm looking forward to that discussion. And in conclusion, Senator, I thank you for the opportunity, as usual, to be here. My team and I always welcome any suggestions, solutions that we could come up with together. And again, I am looking forward to the discussion this afternoon with this body and the solutions that will come out of that conversation. Thank you, and my team and I, we remain available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know we're going to have a lot of questions. So we'll go next to Mr. Benjamin. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Kurt Bailey, Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Honorable Avery Lewis, Vice Chairman, members of the committee, other members of the 36th Legislature, and members of the listening and viewing public. I am Craig Benjamin, the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on ARPA-funded initiatives, maintenance contracts, budget allocations, and our plans for summer repairs and ongoing school maintenance across the territory. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance is responsible for ensuring that the public school facilities across the territory are safe, functional, and conducive to teaching and learning. Through strategic planning, targeted investments, interagency coordination, the Bureau continues to make measurable progress despite challenges associated with aging infrastructure, limited funding, and supply chain delays. BSCM's work directly supports the students and staff safety and public confidence in educational systems. BSCM operations are carried out through its maintenance and construction divisions. The maintenance division manages daily work orders and emergency repairs across all public schools, prioritizing urgent health and safety needs while addressing routine maintenance in a school in a timely manner to improve efficiency, accountability, and transparency. BSCM has procured a new work order management system that will enhance tracking, reporting, and prioritization of maintenance activities. Concurrently, the construction division oversees capital improvements and construction projects in the existing schools in close coordination with the Virgin Islands Department of Education schools leadership. Weekly coordination meetings with VIDE, the Department of Education, and schools leadership. Weekly coordination meetings with VIDE ensures alignment on priorities, timely issue resolution, and effective deployment of resources to ensure alignment on priorities, timely issue resolution, and effective deployment of resources to minimize disruptions to school operations and maintain safe, reliable learning environments. At the start of fiscal year 2026, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance made significant progress in addressing critical facility needs, advancing repairs, and improving coordination across school, construction, and maintenance efforts. At John H. Woodson Junior High School, a comprehensive package of critical upgrades was completed, including bathroom renovations, mold remediations, roof repairs, security camera installations, mini-split air conditioning systems, and essential plumbing improvements. At the St. Croix Educational Complex, the Bureau completed large-scale campus-wide infrastructure upgrades focused on electrical reliability, climate control, environmental remediation, and building envelope improvements. Completed work included electrical upgrades for air conditioning systems and parking lot lighting, multiple air conditioning installations, environmental cleanup, roof and ceiling repairs, window seal replacements, and security fencing for critical electrical infrastructure. At Bertha C. Shelter Middle School, completed projects delivered immediately improvements to campus safety, cleanliness, and operational readiness. Work included campus-wide lighting upgrades, landscaping services, comprehensive environmental assessments, confirm no mold presence, and multiple energy emergency deep cleanings and to address indoor air quality concerns. At Idorican High School, the Bureau completed several projects supporting student programs and campus functionality, including the ROTC drill pad cover project, landscaping services, deep cleaning initiatives, and gym air conditioning unit installations. In addition, the Bureau successfully completed multiple playground installations across St. Croix, expanding safe recreational activities for students. Beyond planned capital projects, the Bureau also executed critical emergency response work to maintain school operations, including repairs of malfunctioning pumps at the Central Educational Complex and Lou Muckle School, emergency water line repairs at Bertha C. Shelter, Ricardo Richards, and John Woodson High Schools, and electrical failure response at Lou Muckle and the St. Croix Educational Complex High School. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, in partnership with the Virgin Islands Department of Education, continues to advance a comprehensive portfolio of capital improvement projects funded through the American Rescue Plan Act across both St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John districts. These investments are focused on strengthening electrical infrastructure, improving campus safety and accessibility, modernizing kitchens and student support spaces, upgrading athletic and recreational facilities, and enhancing operational resilience through backup power generation. In the St. Croix district, electrical infrastructure upgrades remain a high, significant component of the ARPA projects. Electrical upgrade projects at Eulalie Rivera School, the Juanita Gardine Elementary School, and Lou Muckle Elementary School are in various stages of construction. Several of the ARPA projects require approved change orders to address expanded scopes, unforeseen site conditions, and scheduling impacts. While substantial progress has been achieved and multiple payments have been issued, remaining balances reflect ongoing work, pending inspections, and invoice approvals currently in process through the Department of Public Works and VIDE. To improve emergency preparedness and ensure continuity of operations, ARPA funds are supporting the purchase and installation of commercial backup generators at Eulalie K-8 School, Pearl B. Lawson School, and the St. Croix District Curriculum Center. These projects are advancing under active contracts, with initial payments issued and remaining balances tied to equipment delivery, installation, commissioning, and final acceptance. Campus safety and security improvements are also underway through the district. The repair and installation of perimeter fencing at various St. Croix schools continues under extended contract timelines due to multiple approved change orders. In addition, the installation of pedestrian crosswalks, safety signage at public schools in progress, under an approved contract extension. While several payments have been processed, outstanding balances remain as work activities conclude and invoice reconciliations continue. ARPA funding is further supporting facility modernization and student support spaces, including kitchen modernization and equipment installation at multiple schools, emergency bathroom repairs at the St. Croix Central High School, and gymnasium renovations at Claudio Marco School. Some kitchen modernization projects have been fully completed and closed, while others remain active pending final documentation or invoicing. Recreational and athletic improvements, including basketball court repairs and renovations, continue to enhance student wellness, extracurricular programming, and community use of school facilities. In the St. Thomas St. John District, ARPA-funded projects are primarily focused on electrical system upgrades, backup power generation, and accessibility improvements to support safe and continuous school operations. Electrical upgrades at Joseph Gomez Elementary School are ongoing, with approved change orders extending the contract duration to accommodate additional scope requirements. Work continues towards the revised completion date of March 28, with remaining balances reflecting active construction. At Bertha Sieber Shelter Middle School, ARPA funding supports both the purchase and installation of a 1,250 kilowatt industrial generator under separate but coordinated contracts. Generator procurement is substantially completed with most payments issued. However, a remaining balance is pending approval and processing through DPW. The installation contract continues under an extended schedule into 2026 due to approved change orders and time extension. The Guy Benjamin Activity Center generator installation project is also progressing under an extended contract timeline. While construction activity has advanced, several submitted invoices remain pending DPW's approval. At Julius Sproul, generator installation is ongoing under an extended schedule, with multiple payments processed and remaining work focused on completing final scope items. In addition to power infrastructure, ARPA funds supported ADA-compliant classroom renovations at Joseph Gomez Elementary School, which have been completed and fully closed out, with a zero balance remaining. Electrical systems upgrades are also underway at Ivana Idorican High School and Janie Tuitt Elementary School, both which required approved change orders to address expanding scopes and coordination needs. Initial payments have been issued, with remaining balances tied to ongoing construction and final inspection. Across both districts, ARPA-funded projects continue to progress despite challenges related to supply chain delays, permitting requirements, and change order processing, extended construction timelines, and payment approvals through DPW and VIDE. BSCM remains focused on advancing construction activities, resolving outstanding invoices, maintaining ARPA compliance, and ensuring that these federal investments deliver durable, long-term improvements to school facilities, operational resilience, and learning environments through the territory. The following projects are planned for completion over the summer and support critical repairs, renovations, and maintenance across multiple districts. While additional projects were considered, those listed below were selected based on construction timelines, facility conditions, and overall district priorities. For low-hanging maintenance needs, The BSCM intends to utilize internal BSCM staff in collaboration with government agencies such as Sport Parks and Recreation, Corrections, the Department of Public Works, and the National Guard to provide assistance where feasible. In addition, BSCM will advertise and promote opportunities for qualified community volunteers to support maintenance efforts, including assistance with servicing air conditioning systems across the island from east to west. BSCM will also coordinate with Principal Francis to engage students in appropriate cleaning and servicing activities. This process is ongoing throughout the school year, particularly with the recent employment of a licensed electrician. Furthermore, BSCM plans to utilize summer students to assist with tasks such as replacing light bulbs and addressing other routine maintenance needs. Key maintenance contracts managed by BSCM include landscaping, janitorial services, pest control, and trash removal. While these contracted services are necessary, BSCM recognizes their costs and is actively working to reduce reliance on external contractors where feasible. The Bureau is filling vacant positions resulting from retirements and resignations and bringing in key skilled personnel to enhance in-house maintenance capabilities. To support this transition, BSCM plans to purchase a zero-turn lawnmower and hire 2 general maintenance workers responsible for grass cutting, garbage pickup, and routine ground maintenance. This approach is expected to improve response time, increase efficiency, and generate long-term cost savings while maintaining service quality. Okay. The 20-year plan integrates preventative maintenance, targeted capital investment, workforce development, and modern technology solutions to address existing facility deficiencies while preparing schools to meet future educational demographics and operational deficiencies. The plan aligns directly with the Virgin Islands Department of Education's mission to provide high-quality learning environments and coordinate with Governor's Facility Master Plan, as well as ongoing construction initiatives managed by the Office of Disaster Recovery and the Super PMO Office. The 20-year Master School Construction Plan provides a comprehensive, forward-looking roadmap for improving and sustaining public school facilities across the territory. By addressing immediate needs while building long-term capacity, the plan positions the Virgin Islands to protect public investments, improve operational efficiency, and deliver safe, modern, and resilient learning environments for current and future generations. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the dedicated staff of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance for their continued commitment and hard work. We appreciate the legislature's ongoing oversight and support and welcome continued dialogue as we work collectively to improve school facilities and ensure these investments deliver lasting value for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for your opportunity to testify. My team and I are prepared to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony, colleagues. We're going to go to a 6-minute round. And I'm going to begin with Senator Potter because he has to attend a function. So, Senator Potter, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to
the members of the Department of Education, and the Bureau of School Construction executive team. I wanted to start by asking you, Commissioner, you rang the alarm with regards to absenteeism, rightfully so. How does our absenteeism rate compare to public schools on a national average? Were you able to look at those numbers to see what is happening on the mainland versus what is happening here, and how do we compare?
Actually, Senator, we did not, well, I did not do a deep dive into what's happening on the mainland. I have been in forums where other commissioners or commissioners are equivalent to superintendents on the mainland have talked about their absenteeism data. But to say whether their trends are similar to my trends, I didn't do that. What we looked at is year-to-year trends that we are experiencing within the territory. And then the charge to the school principals was to come up with attendance strategies that can be used to help to boost our enrollment data or attendance data. So that's where we are with that.
I got you. I just did a little cursory search, and it looks as though this is, like you mentioned, it is a crisis on a national basis. As a matter of fact, I've seen numbers as high as 10% on the mainland. You know, so I applaud the department's commitment towards bringing those numbers down. Would like to see it down to 0.
Yes.
May not be realistic, but I appreciate you focusing your efforts and your energies on that. Okay, BCB has operated on an abbreviated day since you mentioned November 17th, 2025. There's no real stated return date to full-time schedule, to a full-time schedule. Are we able to quantify the instructional time loss per student to date? And I wanted to know what compensatory strategies might there be to, I guess, bridge that gap for those students who have been experiencing significant learning loss. I don't know if extended school days, summer targeted instructions.
So definitely, Senator, I will
3
let
minutes.
Dr. Brown-Gums to respond, but definitely have the administration tracking our students' progress as one, offering after-school programs and intervention programs for them is 2. We are aggressively working with the Bureau to get us back in March, to be honest. I just didn't want to put a date until we're certain that we have remedied all the solutions or all the problems that we have. In addition to that, we have asked the contractor who has the project for the modernization to move up and deal with some of the roofing concerns that have contributed to some of the mold or areas where there may be moisture that's affecting our environment. But Dr. Brown-Gums?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Doc.
Simrity Brown-Gums, Deputy Superintendent. I want to begin by stating that our students have been out. However, I've been working with the school to allow for students to receive instructional activities in the evenings, afternoons, when they get home. Though the teachers see these children for a short period of time, they do have meaningful but activities to complete in the afternoon. So yes, they've had some loss of instructional time, which is one-on-one with a teacher, but we're filling some of the gaps, I believe.
I'm glad to hear that. Now, you mentioned, Commissioner, about the 75%. You did a poll, and 75% of the school parents indicated that they believe their child will be disadvantaged in a fully virtual environment. And what that tells me is that they spoke about the lack of connectivity and devices, et cetera. It tells me that the digital divide in our community is real. It is significant. And my concern is in an environment, in an emergency environment, which we expect to see more and more natural disasters, etc., happening, environmental issues at the school. Shouldn't our goal be
30
to
seconds.
bridge that divide and to figure out how we can get, and it's maybe our collective jobs to do that, how we can collectively work to bridging that divide so that virtual learning can be a viable option for our kids?
So Senator, excellent question. During the COVID era, we were given the flexibility to purchase unlimited resources when it comes to technology. Based on the shelf life of our equipment, we are to that place where now we have the green light, per se, to engage in some purchases using the federal dollars to help to get us back to that place where we're able to have enough equipment on hand should we ever have to revert to digital or virtual learning. But that's not the crux of it alone. If the parents don't have connectivity at home, we're talking about the department purchasing MiFis, which we don't have the funding to do at this time. So it was more than just the laptops itself. It was whether the parents had the connectivity at home to facilitate that on-screen learning opportunity using Microsoft Teams. And that's where our parents had gaps in them being able to foster that culture for that virtual learning. There was a suggestion, because we met with several individuals from the AFT, the union rep of that building suggested that we bring in the students who had the internet connectivity problem. I said, but then what are we saying? Because now you're saying that you can't walk in that environment, and Senator Potter, you were there when they told you that the environment was not conducive. So how are we going to bring in a small population who don't have devices for that? It just didn't add up. And so as equitable as we could, the abbreviated schedule at the time was the best solution.
Understood.
So we are tracking those students. We're looking at their performance levels. If it is that during the summer months we have to make arrangements for those students to come in to receive additional support, that's what the districts are working on as we speak. So we are going to do our best to help to close some of that gap. But in reality, we just didn't have the resources to do so.
Thank you for your response, Commissioner. Just one quick question for Director Benjamin. I wanted to ask really about the HVAC systems. I know that's an issue with us. How many schools currently lack fully functional HVAC systems in all instructional spaces?
I would say 90% of our schools have the issues with the HVAC systems.
Issues with the HVAC system. What is your threshold for closing a classroom due to air quality or moisture issues, and who makes that call?
Well, it'll be a joint effort. When we have complaints of a classroom, for example, what happened out at BCB, we get a complaint of the classrooms. We do due diligence by having a test conducted. We find out what the results are, and the results guide us on how we should proceed.
Okay, my follow-up question, why is cleaning being used, or is it, you can clarify that for me, is cleaning being used as a mitigation strategy instead of permanent HVAC correction?
No.
Okay. Elaborate a little bit for me.
Okay. First of all, well, like I tell you, we get our results from the test conducted. We get the cleaning done based on the test results. And then with the cleaning, that includes the servicing of the units, the air conditioning units. If the unit is faulty, then we seek about replacement. You do your replacement, and then you reactivate the classroom. but the space has to be thoroughly cleaned. So you could basically start over from fresh.
Thank you for your response. I don't know if my time was called.
Thank
Thank you very much for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. I know you had to leave, so I was giving you the extra question, but your time was called a bit. Point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, in respect to the absenteeism and all of the different statements you made, that's very concerning to me. My question is, though, in respect to what's going on in that space, when it comes to the data as to why this is happening, is it, in terms of the absenteeism, the numbers, is it the same individuals that's absent all the time? Is it across the board numbers? And have there been any data in terms of the reason why this is happening so we can see how to attack it and try and make a difference? Can you speak to that, please?
So if I may, Senator, I would allow the superintendents to elaborate, but before they do, I think it's a variety of situations that may look differently depending on the campus. There may be instances of chronic absenteeism with specific students. When that occurs, the principals will call the parents in and have the conversation. In some cases, we may call in human services depending on the nature. So it may look different. We may have some cases like that. We may just have some cases where children just don't want to go to school on a particular day, and the parents are flexible enough to say, stay home. So stuff like that happens. So the superintendents have been charged at the beginning of this school year, since we recognized the issue last year, to really track the data. And so Dr. Bastian Knight can respond, and then Dr. Simmerdy Brown Gums.
Bastian Knight, Superintendent, Suncor District. Our principals have been doing a great job in tracking the students labeled as having chronic absenteeism. And some of the reasons we have received sick with sometimes that's understandably, once it's within that period of time when they're due to return and they do with their sick note, students leaving off island throughout the school year. We do have just no reason, like the commissioner mentioned, some parents just allow their children to say, I'm not going to school today, and they stay at home. The instances where we can assist is clean clothes, where the schools often provide those resources to children just to get them to come out to the school campus. But for the most part, off-island travel and just not coming to school that day for an extended period at times.
Dr. Simmerdy Brown Gums, I want to put on the record that we found that in the kindergarten, first grade, those primary grades, I think that in most instances, our parents really don't take the education seriously. They think, they can leave, they can not have the instructional day, and it wouldn't affect their children. And so a lot of times we find that. In the data, though, I'm seeing that we saw that a lot of the high school students are making choices not to come. So our secondary schools is now where we're seeing it. In the 2024-25 school year, we had a healthy competition going among our classrooms, where we had a stakeholder who was actually baking goods for our children. And so if you had 100% for the month, your class would have a party. And so that helped us get the increase, but we're now seeing it happening again. In the high schools, we need to be more creative with how we deal with absenteeism.
I would like to piggyback off of what Dr. Brown Gums said. We are going through a process right now where we're getting ready to write our consolidated grant application for another 3 years. And so we had our first cohort of meetings with the superintendent's team in St. Croix yesterday. And in that discussion, the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Bloodman, talked about some of the things that was done in a previous district that she worked on in the mainland, to include ramping up our PBIS initiatives, placing incentives in the hands of our schools so that we can encourage students through incentives to encourage their parents to get them to school. So looking for creative activities and utilizing some of the federal dollars to assist us is some of the things that we're writing into our upcoming grant application with the federal funding.
That's what I wanted to hear and needed to hear, and education does matter. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, and interesting conversation. And I just saying to myself, watch what we come to. We're having a discussion about how to get children to come to school, and we got to be creative and offer incentive. And that's a sad commentary on this community. A very, very sad commentary. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, to the people of the Virgin Islands. You know, I sitting down here and I saying, this conversation ain't new to me at all. I've been in the classroom 15, 16 years, and the conversation ain't new. It's just that this commissioner is really taking the day out and the chance out to bring it out to the community. I've had reasons, got to stay home to watch a younger brother or sister, sibling. They got to wait for the gas man to come. Parents them got Miami Carnival. We had so many different reasons. Different cultures after the Christmas break. They are an extended period. They don't come out from Santo Domingo till way after Three Kings. I mean, they celebrate Martin Luther and all. And I'm saying this is not a new conversation, but where do we go from here? You know, sometimes we may have to take some draconian measures. Dr. Brown said some have legitimate reasons, and others just all for naught. Maybe we need to, Dr. Wells, you know, and team, bring everybody in. Those who the real chronic absenteeism, target them and let them to know. Hey, I did a deep dive. I see you're getting benefits here and there, and, you know, we've been making calls. We may have to cut these benefits if these children don't start coming to schools. We have to do something because we sitting down here complaining, saying we're bringing in people to work. But we can't educate or get ours to come to school to educate, to work. So that's a critical problem. You have a truancy officer?
No, we don't.
Maybe something we need to sit down and look into, and to see how we could put some laws and teeth behind of that, you know, some real strength behind of that position, so it don't just be another one taking paper and, oh, I collected from this school, I got 10 out. We don't need no more data. We have data. You're doing a good job. Your school doing a good job with that. So we need to put some teeth behind the individual so we could make some drastic changes along with the courts.
So Senator, if I may, I really do like that interagency collaboration thing. I don't know how far we could go with that, but it would make a big difference if the Department of Human Services and some of those other entities sat to the table and looked at families with us. Because if we need something with teeth. Right now, we are calling parents in, we're having the conversations, we're putting things in place within the school buildings, and that still isn't reaching. So I think we're to a point where we got to have some more teeth. I do like that.
Yeah, so let me move into. I have a whole lot here for you. Earlier this year, Commissioner Wells Hendrington, not this year, last year, I've been in close collaboration with Commissioner Alejandro's office about a lay-down yard for you, which, and I think that's the same parcel we're talking about. And as soon as I could get that out of legal here, we're going to move forward with that. It's a 2C estate, Ross, as a lay-down yard. I want to deed it back to the Department of Education, because outside of the lay-down yard, you're going to need that for instructional purposes moving forward, even after construction. So that's one thing I want to do, to give back to education, because even if the parcel, how it's structured, the HFA wouldn't be able to build anything on it anyhow. how it's structured. So I've been in collaboration with, like you all say, big DPP. Now, Mr. Benjamin, earlier you talked about the mold issues in the school, and I know you've been doing a good job with it. 'Cause I've seen you on the weekends, you and Mr. Harrigan and the team, and especially BCB and so forth. What is the real ultimate plan for mold? And before you answer, I just want to give one suggestion. Commissioner Wells, I don't know where we find the money from, but we have to probably get some of those plastic boxes, those tote box bins, at the end of the year for the teachers them to pack up their stuff in. Because I think these cardboard boxes are, contributing to the allergens and different things in the room and, the rodents and so forth. So, Mr. Benjamin?
Okay, I'd like to start out by saying we don't have a mold problem. We have an air quality problem, okay? Mold is just one of the results of poor air quality.
Thank you.
Okay.
So what your plan is?
My plan, we put in place measures whereas we address each situation by doing research to find
30
out
seconds.
what's going on. We found out a good example, which is the hot topic now, the BCB. Okay. Everybody screamed that there was mold. BCB does not have a mold problem. It has a high level concentrate of carbon dioxide. That's CO2. And that's a result of the poor air quality that's flowing into the room. What has happened with that school? The original air conditioning units that were designed for that space have aged. No one took the time to do the due diligence and find out what type of units there were. They just took the cheapest thing off of the shelf and had them installed, which is a split unit. The split unit does not allow for the air to exchange as required per the design of those existing units in those classrooms. So as a result, the split units are pumping cold air into the room. There's no extraction of the old air or the bad air, like we call it. So you have to put in an energy recovery unit to extract that air out of the room.
And all of this is going to be addressed in the new buildings.
Well, what is happening with the renovation that's occurring that starts on the proposed tentative start date of the 26th, I think it was. What is supposed to occur is that they are going to be replacing the original units that were designed per the space with like units to serve the function that they were designed to serve.
So you're the expert in this. So we're going to have the same problem again?
No, we're not. When I say the like units, I'm referring to the units that were originally designed for that space.
I don't know if that one, if you answer me and answer the community. I'm wanting to know. Sorry, Mr. Chair, but let me complete my thought. When we put in these like units, these CO2 contamination that you're talking about, will that problem be fixed?
It will go away, yes.
Okay.
Because the units that were designed for that particular space has that component in it to extract the bad air. Is that clear? The split units don't have that. The original units for those spaces, as they were designed, has that component in them. And when Consigli Benton do their work, part of their scope is to replace those original units to those classrooms with like units, which is equivalent. Not like the split units.
I hear you, but I don't want to say all air condition is air condition.
No, it's not.
Right? So we're going to leave that one day.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll come back for round two.
Thank you. I'm just going to tell you, stick to education. Don't begin with this technical. But there's a need for air coming in and there's a need for air going out. And a lot of buildings in the Virgin Islands, they just have air coming in So you have the mold build up, and it's a problem that you see throughout. And then now, sadly, despite knowing that is what caused mold, we have been purchasing dozens of split units and installing them. So it's just a matter of time. Before I go to the next senator, I just said that. Wait a minute. You sit here and you wonder, you look at all of these private and parochial schools. Some of them old. So they function every day. You know, in St. Thomas, where there's All Saints, Catholic school, 7 days. Those schools old. And St. Croix, we've been there forever. The country they go, the whole campus has been there for a long period of time. But you don't hear the same problems. So you begin to think as to exactly why. You know, what are they really doing different to what we're doing? And a lot of those have the same split units and all different type of stuff, but what are they actually doing different? So we really got to analyze exactly what is taking place, that there's just this widespread buildup of contaminated air or air where individuals are having problems teaching and functioning and get back to where we were before. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Commissioner, Education, in your budget statement, you mentioned that we are $3.5 billion on the way to spending that. You mentioned about $1 billion bundle. Is that a part of the $3.5 billion or additional?
So currently, Senator, we have $2 billion bundles that have been contracted to Suffolk CBNE in both districts.
Okay, and was the stormwater mitigation a separate set of tranche of monies also, or the part of these bundles?
It's part of that money. What's separate is the mitigation or to create the safe rooms. Those are hardening the structure to allow it to become a shelter in the event that we have any storms.
Okay. For Charlotte Amalia High School, building A, B, C is down. What part of the, I think it's the 30% that encompassed, we are on the way of putting together where you get to 60%. How far are we on?
No, Charlotte Amalia High School, the design is about 90%, Senator.
90, okay.
We were waiting for the environmentals approval from FEMA, which came back. What we're running into now is making a determination of where we can have swing space to put students in so that the contractors can build at one time instead of phasing in the construction because of escalation costs.
Okay, you also mentioned in federal contracts, the federal monies, you get over $100 million and from different entities, the federal government, and you were seeing, I guess, for summarizing it, you would say you were having issues with spending all the monies and you wanted to put some programs in to address that particular downfall. Has those processes been put into place?
So if you're referring back to that portion of the testimony where we talked about the ARP funding, that's the American Rescue Plan funding that we were able in 2024 to make some shifts and revisions to it, Senator, to address some of the long-standing issues that Mr. Benjamin just referred to.
Oh, okay. Now, in regards to the rodent issue that you brought up, this is a whole nother issue. What have we done to address that, and what funding are you using for that?
So that would fall under the Bureau. We've been in conversations with Mr. Benjamin, and I would allow him to respond.
Okay, that's a Mr. Benjamin.
3 minutes.
All right, Mr. Benjamin.
We have a service contract with the exterminators, and they address the issues by going out and placing traps for these rodents. Then we take and we seal off the areas to create a situation where they can't get in. A lot of them have been chewing through different components of the building. We could only do our best to control that. When it comes to the cabling for the fiber optics, this is a nationwide problem. It's everywhere you go, they're experiencing the rodents.
Okay, so excuse me 1 second. In regards to the rodents, again, have the areas been cleaned? Because rodent feces is in itself a whole nother toxic, dangerous issue. Has that been addressed?
We have sent our guys out to address the areas. They would clean up the area. They would seal it off. They won't just seal it off with the typical solution. What they do, they take and put, what's it called, the expandable foam and wire mesh embedded into it so that when they bite into it, it would affect their digestive system and basically kill them off.
Okay,
and
I think the last time you've been here, we mentioned about Guy Benjamin School. Guy Benjamin School is under the Department of Education still, or is it part of something you're doing with Guy Benjamin School and St. John?
Guy Benjamin has been transformed into basically a community center.
Okay, so is it under one of your...
It's still under education.
Education.
And we do the maintenance.
Okay, you do the maintenance.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, but it's for community center.
Yes.
Okay.
1 minute.
I got that straight now. Now, the school lunch program down in Subbase, you still use that school lunch program facility?
Yes, Senator. We're actually in the process of relocating our school lunch division as well as the fixed assets division to an area and maintenance to an area in Island Block that we can utilize for storage. There is some demolition about to take place at Camp
30
Ryan,
seconds.
and there were some concerns relative to the employees being in that environment. So we have looked and identified some spaces at Island Block that would be, good size to operate the school lunch program and also those other divisions that I mentioned.
You have a timeline?
We're hoping to get everyone moved, I would say, by the end of this month.
Okay. Mr. Benjamin, you adding anything?
No,
not
that's
okay.
what's happening.
Okay, and in regards
Time.
to, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, in regards to your personnel, your employees, how many personnel have you lost for the new year going forward? What is teachers, assistants, administrative person? What has that done to your department now, which is unforeseen? We're in 2026. What is your status on your employees? And Mr. Benjamin, when it finish?
So I would have to get you the specific numbers, Senator DeGraff. I do know, because I'm copied on all of the separations, that we've had a good bit of separations during the time of December 31st. That's when people leave. We do have some random separations that occur, mostly not with teachers per se, but more so support staff, paraprofessionals, and maybe admins that would transition into other departments or off island. I'll get you the specifics.
Okay, through the chair, if you could get that, and also if all your employees who are under 35,000 were moved up to 35,000.
Yes, that's already taken place,
Okay.
Senator. So I'll get you those numbers.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You still have some employees that have not been moved to the 35,000? Mike, for the commissioner.
So the NOPAs have been completed, and I believe the last cohort should see that reflection on this upcoming check.
Today or next one?
Next one. But I will double back with Director Jacobs on that.
Okay, I know none of them have received it because I've been getting the phone calls and have been in discussion with them. In reference to the ARPA funds, that's what I really want to get cleared up. We had lost the funds, and then we had access to utilize those funds again for a number of projects. There were some issues in reference to contracts.
Yes.
right? And at one point, originally the contracts were with Department of Education, and then the contracts went to Bureau of.
No.
Okay, tell me.
So, Senator, the contracts are still under VIDE's name and being managed by the Bureau in terms of the project management.
Okay, so it's under VIDE name, but being managed by Bureau of School Construction.
Correct.
Okay. Now, both the VIDE and Bureau of School Construction have been working with property and procurement to be able to deal with those contracts that had issues.
That's correct, Senator. We had a meeting up to yesterday with Commissioner Alejandro to address the last two outstanding ones that we have.
So the others have been resolved?
For the most part, we do have one contract that just we cannot do it at this time because of...
Hagland?
No, not Hagland. Caribbean Contracting, which is the Clado. That's right. Let Ms. Vasquez-Libot speak on that. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Hello, Mike.
Good afternoon, everyone. Vicky Vasquez-Libot, Director of Procurement. Up until yesterday, we did encounter some challenges with the Caribbean Contracting contract, yes. However, in working...
That is for Cladomarco Kitchen?
Cladomarco Gymnasium.
Oh, the gymnasium.
In working with DPP and DPW, we are in the process of getting those corrections made, and we are looking for a way forward to ensure that we don't lapse those funds.
Okay. And you are with VIDE?
Yes, I am.
So, Commissioner, Property and Procurement, is this flow working in terms of procurement, VIDE procurement, Bureau of School Construction, your procurement? Is there anything that we need to do to make the process easier? Or do you think we now have a handle of it?
Good afternoon. Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner of Property and Procurement. So, Senator, I do believe once the Department of Property and Procurement receive concerns or inquiries, we address them immediately as a team. And so those are immediately remedied. But I cannot speak specifically to those contracts within the threshold of the Department of Education and the Bureau. But when there's intervention needed, we address them immediately as a team. So I can speak to our communication to that regards.
So, Mr. Benjamin and Commissioner, is there a clear path now as to who is responsible? VIDE is the custodian, but you're responsible for managers. So is there a clear path or understanding in terms of responsibility as to who is supposed to do what?
Yes, Senator. I mean, Mr. Benjamin can speak for himself, but I think we are clear with the fact that the money is under VIDE's name because it was given to VIDE, but when it comes to project management and execution, that is the job of the Bureau. We've had several meetings. I think we've hashed it out, and I think we are on a path moving forward.
That is correct.
Is that clear, Mr. Benjamin?
Yes, it is.
So we won't be having any discussions in the future about whose responsibility it is to make sure that these contracts are executed.
Right.
So who's responsible for contract renewal? If a contract is expiring, whose responsibility it is to extend that contract? VIDE or Bureau?
So usually, Senator, the project manager would make a determination about 3 months out whether there's a need for a change order for time extension or even a change order for scope.
So that's the Bureau?
So that's the Bureau. Yes. We did have some concerns, and again, we hashed it out with DPP and DPW, and I think we have a way forward.
Okay. And you feel comfortable that we have a solution for those outstanding contracts that we had that needed to be resolved? I don't want to even get into specific, but needed to be resolved.
So we did a deep dive, and I think we have a way forward, yes. And just to note that this would be the last of VIDE's contracts concerning any construction and maintenance outside of new schools.
Okay, and I asked a question because it was like $30 million we were dealing with, right?
Not all in construction projects.
No, I mean, but just overall.
Overall.
Okay.
Some of it's for goods and services.
And these contracts that I'm speaking to are contracts where contractors have already purchased equipment, have it on site, etc., that
Right.
you need to get payment, and they have literally held up doing much needed work for the schools because of lack of payment.
Right, so we've
yesterday.
cleared that up. That was the Hagland contract for
They-
the purchase of BCB.
They have been paid?
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, sir.
that's
So
it,
they're
that's it,
on
yeah.
the job and they're completing the upgrades
No, finally.
across the territory.
Hagland isn't the one that has Juanita Garden also, electrical?
Yes.
So they're going to be on the job or they're on the job?
They're on the job.
Getting some good news today.
Yeah.
Senator Novalee Francis, I'll come back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. Of course, hearing those absenteeism numbers gave me a headache. Obviously, you know, I moved the legislation, Act 8530, sometime back to address the truancy issue and really for us to be able to get a perspective of what's happening in terms of the absenteeism that was occurring. And today I want to appeal or make a suggestion that perhaps we need to bring in maybe the University of the Virgin Islands under the ECC to do some analysis of the numbers that you're seeing and just have a little bit of fresh eye, arm's length, to be able to look and see, you know, how best we need to address this particular problem. You know, I think that it has far-reaching implications. We know that you talk about the lessons lost and everything else. I'm equally concerned about the, you know, the criminal activity behavior if we're not able to address these issues. You know, hence why we made sure that we wanted to, you know, put in place, you know, some mechanism by which we're able to monitor this. Do you have currently any directive, general orders, anything from the Department of Education in terms of some standardization by each of the schools to monitor monitor or respond to truancy? Is there anything that comes from your office in respect to that?
So from my office, you know, there's policies in place that indicate, Senator, that if a student is consecutively absent from school for 10 days or more, we drop them from our system. But the superintendents in the daily oversight of the schools have put some things in place as mandatory functions of our principals in tracking those students. So I mentioned meetings and bringing in parents and doing the attendance campaigns and really looking at student performance versus the attendance rates to see if there's a correlation. If you want, they can elaborate on
No,
it.
I'm just concerned because there are such varied differences or situations that may occur that cause the absenteeism. That I think that maybe an interagency integration team to really look at this holistically will be able to address the issue. I don't think there will be any one size fit all in this stead, but you know, we really have to take a stand in terms of the absenteeism that we're seeing because it's just the slide can continue to occur, you know, outside of us moving these legislation forward and being able to just monitor and track the numbers. We need to do something else after that. So
Senator, if I may, it's going to really be alarming because we continue to lose students, but our absenteeism continues to increase. And so it definitely is going to have a significant impact
3
on
minutes.
proficiency rates and some other things as well.
Absolutely. I think that there's some far-reaching implications there. So I also heard you sound the alarm in regards to interconnectivity challenges that you're experiencing. I wanted to ask, and we heard about the issue with the road ends and everything like that, but have you reached out to the Bureau of Information Technology, the VINGN? You know, I think as a government, we continue to operate as silos, you know, when we have all of these other agencies that could certainly help and support and assist us in this endeavor. Have you been able to reach out to those entities?
We've had extensive conversations with BIT. BIT has loaned us individuals from their staff to come and conduct assessments. But Mr. Richardson can give some more details on what he's done in his interim stance as the Chief Information Officer in terms of getting us to that place where we are reliable. And one of the things that we spoke about, which is critical, even though people might not think so, every time we have a WAPA interruption, it knocks out the general server area, which houses and distributes, you know, the internet connectivity to St. Croix as well. So that generator installation that we talked about, which Mr.
What size is that generator, by the way?
I don't know.
I'll have to provide you the specs on it. It's been in place for quite a while.
Yeah.
From FEMA.
Okay. So when you talk about the interconnectivity, and I know that we talk about the reliance, but it's also it's reliant on our phone system, correct? It's also the internet, intercom, whiteboard connections and all kind of things. So I think that we have again a situation where this is impactful, and I heard your passion and your plea about that. So you could go ahead and talk about the interconnectivity and the challenges you're experiencing there.
Good afternoon. James Richardson, acting OIT director.
1 minute.
So what we did as a team is that we evaluated our system and we came up with some solutions. And some of the solutions we noticed that our battery backups is a key issue because most of them are outdated and they are no longer supported. So what I recently did is in our E-rate funding, we actually applying for
30 seconds.
replacement of majority of our batteries, not only at our main site, but at each individual school. And some of the equipment at the main office, we kind of put in a more robust machine that even though power may goes, it actually, it doesn't have that longer start backup time, and it helps with getting back online fast. But however, our major issue is actually the power outages.
Okay, very well. I'm hoping that we're able to make some inroads on that. Commissioner, in regards, you spoke about the redeployment or relocating of the John Woodson School to Eulalie Rivera School. Have we ordered the furnitures to be able to accommodate the students that will be transferred to that school? Because you're moving from an elementary K-8 school, and now you have a junior high that's going there. Are you going to require additional furnitures, new furnitures? What's happening there?
No, so we're in the transition plan that Dr. Bastian Knight mentioned, or that I mentioned in the testimony as well. It includes moving of furniture from the existing John Woodson into the new location. Part of Dr. Bastian Knight's charge is to work on seeing what needs to be moved, what accommodations need to be made to facilitate stuff like the science labs and different things that we've mentioned to Mr. Benjamin that need to occur. But hiring a private company to do the movement because we want to be able to ensure that it's done effectively and not burden the Bureau with the responsibility. So that's in the transition plan.
Okay, great. And my final on this particular round is in regards to the gymnasium floor at Claudio Marcos School. Director, is there any plans? I heard that there are some technical issues in regards to getting the gymnasium up and running. Is that part of the air conditioning that needs to be put in place in order to be able to accommodate getting that floor in there?
Yes, that's the entire project.
What's the timeline in being able? I get approached quite often about providing some type of a sporting venue for basketball as well as little league down in Frederickston. What's the timeline and us being able to provide them with something there?
Well, we set a timeline for the end of March 28th for the ARPA funding for those projects to be wrapped up. So once all the details are worked out and if we can move forward with the ARPA funds for this project, that would be the goal. If that's not achieved, then it's going to fall on us. And we will just have to get the funding to complete the project, and all that's going to be determined at that time.
Is there anything that this body could do to help make this happen? I mean, I think that they've been waiting for this gymnasium to be stood up for quite some time. Is there anything that we could do to either fast track it or make sure that it stays on target or what?
What this body could do is to help me with a contingency plan, which is the additional funding, just in the event the contractor is not able to move forward per the deadline for the ARPA projects.
And what does
funding.
that cost?
I'll have to give you a full analysis of what the cost is going to be for that.
Well, thank you.
So, Senator, if I may, I did take the liberty to...
Go ahead.
I did take the liberty to speak with the contractor because, just as Mr. Benjamin said, we kind of need to know if you can't deliver by March, what portion of this contract we will have to try to find money for. And so one of the things that he did mention that has a lead time of 6 months, so I know definitely it's not happening, is the flooring. The flooring has a lead time of 6 months. But the cost of the flooring is, I don't have that for you. But I wanted to get a perspective of, okay, let's be real now. What are we going to really be able to do by that deadline for the ARP liquidation? And so that was the conversation that Ms. Vasquez-Liebert and I had with the contractor to get a perspective. And I agree, it's a long lead project that needs to happen for the area of Frederickstead because there are many people that want to do programs and we need the space.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up here, you're going to talk about the floor because I thought we were going to get the floor from UVI on St. Thomas and take that one over, or what's happening? Is that, go ahead.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
Microphone for Mr. Benjamin.
A point of clarification. The number to complete this project would be roughly 854,000, and that's today's rate with our engineer estimate and numbers being at the current value. However, we have to take into consideration inflation and all the changes in the economy right now. So that's just a ballpark figure of what we're looking at. And it's 20% complete already.
That is floor and bleachers?
Yeah.
Commissioner, you don't have attendance counselors. I know they said truancy officer, but you...
Yes, we do.
Okay. And how many you have per island?
Senator, I'd have to get that to you. I believe
Okay.
we have superintendents.
Ashton Knight, Suncor District. 6 attendance counselors throughout the district. Some of them are itinerant and they work various schools.
Simrity Brown Gums, Deputy Superintendent. I'm so used to saying that. Acting Superintendent. We have 5 in the St. Thomas and John District.
So have there been a meeting of the attendance counselors to come up with some strategies as to how to deal with this issue?
In our district, yes, we have deployed individuals to go out. We had a truancy officer, we did. Now these individuals go with SRO individuals just to
The school
check on-
resource officers?
Yes.
Okay, so there is that component there that if there needs to be some type of enforcement action, that you actually have an enforcement individual with the attendance counselors.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Come on right there to you now. When I look at the data, I looked at to see the daily membership is different to the enrollment. Why? Why is the daily membership different to enrollment? Like, I would give Suncor Educational Complex, enrollment 937. The average daily membership 875. Why is that different? Richardson.
Good afternoon, James Richardson. So the membership is actually, membership and enrollment is different. Enrollment is the number of kids that's enrolled in the school on an average. The membership is those who were present on that day.
No. Then
Yes.
what you have, okay, you have your membership 875, and then you go to the next category, you have your average daily attendance 802, and then you have 71 average daily absence.
Absent. So absent is those who are absent. We got
Yeah,
that part.
that's clear.
Membership is the number of students that enroll in that school. And present is on that on an average day, how much of them are present on an average day.
Then the absenteeism is even greater. Because
You're
the enroll.
confusing me.
Look at the chart.
I'm sorry. I have a
For
problem with my phone.
enrollment, Suncor Educational Complex, the enrollment is 937 students.
No, not this one.
So you're telling me of that 937 student, your average daily membership is 875?
So we're looking at complex, correct?
Yes.
So complex average membership is 901. I mean, sorry. Complex, yeah, 901. So that's the number of students that are at that school.
No. I'm looking at the 25, 26. You're looking at.
I'm sorry. The next one. My bad, sorry. So
You look at the enrollment 937 for the 25, 26 school year. But you're.
wait, I seen 875. Am I seeing correct?
That's a membership. That's the average daily membership, 875.
And
but
the attendance.
The chart before that, the enrollment is 937.
What are you talking about? So that's a snapshot of enroll. That is a snapshot of enrollment versus the average on a daily basis. It's different. The snapshot was all the way in September.
Let me want to figure them. Okay, so
the snapshot.
Okay, so since September, we have lost 50 students literally at complex.
Yes, you have.
So the enrollment is down to 870.
That's correct. So that's just a snapshot at the beginning of the school year, which is September 30th, and now we are all the way in February.
So the enrollment at the beginning of the year was 10,297. The enrollment now is 9,612.
That's correct.
So in 6 months.
We tend to lose a lot of
600
students after. We tend to lose a lot of. We tend to lose a lot of students after the Christmas break, and and sometimes some of those students they start out the school year between the beginning of the school year and December. They all don't leave in December, but they leave throughout that pocket of time. So if I were to run the enrollment right now and give you the enrollment as of today, it'd be close to 9,000 something.
Okay, so the figure, the chart that you have here, Commissioner, that's for the membership that was run within the last 2-3 weeks?
Yeah, it was based on the 98 school day. So like last week, Friday. Last week, Wednesday, I think. Tuesday, Wednesday.
So our enrollment is really down. Central High, 593 students. The numbers are scary.
And remember, this is average. So what happened is it's a plus or minus something. We do an average. So it's not a real figure because it's an average on a daily what we look at attendance and some kids move and come. So remember, throughout the year, there's a lot of shifting and coming still.
But it seems we're losing a lot more than we're gaining.
Coming, yes.
Okay, a lot more, Commissioner.
So if you look at page 27, Senator, you'll see that the superintendents gave a synopsis of where the students who left, where they left. So you'll see 120 of our children from the Suncor District transferred out, left the territory.
And this also have an impact on the percentage of students who graduate.
Yes.
The cohort.
Yes.
Because when you look back at the 9th grade,
The number is.
and then you look at the senior, and you had 70, 80 students that transferred or relocated, they're looked at as not graduating, and then it impact our graduation figures unless you have the data to know that they graduated. And I challenged that 1 year, and one was able to prove how many of the students had left and actually graduated. But our graduation figure, colleague, when you hear them saying 80%, 70%, it's really not 80 or 70%. It's 80% of what started in 9th grade.
Yes, but that's.
But then maybe 10% left.
Right.
You know, so it impacts our figures overall. I'll come back. Let me go to Senator Clifford Joseph, and I will come back. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Wells and Director Benjamin, we talked about the gymnasium with the former police commissioner there. Where are we? How would the new physical center, if I may use that term, for Charlotte Amalie High School look like? What's the game plan for Charlotte Amalie High School?
With the new school?
With the new school.
So in the designs, Charlotte Amalie High School will get back a standard, or what would you say, spec gym for that particular site. I have to verify, but at one point we did talk about having a smaller auxiliary gym that could be used for training, an area that could be used for training so that the gym, if there was a need for competition, it wouldn't impact those sporting events that would need to practice. So every school will have a gym to include Julius E. Sprouse School.
Good. So Charlotte can get back there track.
Track, gym,
Track and gym.
and gym.
And Jim.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And I'm just seeing that Senator Maurice James is in the chambers on St. Croix. Senator Maurice James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few questions. I caught some of it earlier, and so some of the questions may have been asked already, so you have to excuse me on that. When a when a child is absent, I was following the absenteeism conversation. When a child is absent for whatever reason, at what point does it trigger that it may be a parental problem and not, in terms of a real parental problem like neglect? Is there at any point do you identify? Because I heard earlier saying that sometimes it's that the child, that after the holidays, some don't come back on time. And we seem to be very, in a sense, accepting. I know you may not be, but it came across, and I was looking at it on the TV, as if, okay, these are the things that happen, and we just roll right along with it. So you have to be careful when you respond publicly. So I want to know, is there a point at which a parent is investigated?
So if I may,
Bastian Knight, Superintendent.
Dr. Bastian Knight,
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
hold a second. So I need to correct that impression, Senator. I think I made it absolutely clear when I did my testimony that this is a sense of urgency. And I'm asking this body to support us in this crisis that we have. We do have measures in place that would warrant the division or the Department of Human Services to get involved if there's a suspect of neglect on the parent's behalf, if there's evidence to support that. Yes, we do get our partner agencies involved, but it's more than just neglect. It's just the students are just opting in high school not to come. That's what we're experiencing. So the superintendents can dive deeper into what they do.
May I that was actually one of the answers to about children choosing not to come, and now you use the word opting not to come. And I cannot imagine in my household that my children will tell me I'm opting not to come to go to school. And I'm using your words now, they opted not to go to school. Since when my child, well, let me just, because I will say my child is not going to tell me, Mommy, I'm opting not to go to school today. And that's why I said to you, I had heard choosing not to before. So think about the perception that was just created, that a child has opted not to. That's not good for our community. That's where the struggle is for me with
Well, Senator,
us,
I hear you, and I agree with you
Yeah.
that it couldn't be my household either. But times have shifted, Senator, and we have parents today that are much younger and are not parenting the way that they
3 minutes.
should. So it couldn't happen in mine, it couldn't happen in yours, it's happening in some. And so it is a problem that we are asking this body to help us to solve. Give us a little bit more teeth, give us something to go by, that we could really hold these parents' feet to the fire. because it is happening. Whether we want to face it or not, it's a community issue that I'm bringing out today because I'm telling the parents this is not acceptable. We cannot continue to function and blame this department because our students are not performing when parents have a part to play in the process. So it's a clarion call because we need help. Because it is evident that, yes, this is what the Department of Education, our teachers are dealing with on a regular basis, our administrators are doing and going beyond to go into neighborhoods to get our children. Yes, we do send to Human Services and follow up with them, but there's some that don't qualify for that intervention from Human Services. So how do we deal with those who are still a problem? Because at the end of the day, it's about the children and the instruction that they're missing. So it is a clarion call, but we're just bringing to the forefront what we are currently dealing with in our parent population in some instances. And even when principals bring the parents in, there's a nonchalant behavior that administrators would tell you that parents are having. So a parent might not see a big deal in a student opting not to come to school one day out of the week. We do have parents that feel that way. And in some households, education is not a priority. And so we are fighting this battle, and so we're asking for support.
I welcome any recommendations that the Department of Education has. You can submit what other jurisdictions do in situations like this. I would be interested. I just have one last question to ask. May I don't know if my time, sir, if it was called. I apologize.
Go ahead. You may ask. Proceed.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Would it be correct that the only school that will be completed before the end of this administration is Arthur Richards School? If somebody said that to me, would that be correct? A correct statement?
Yes, that would be the only school that we open before the administration changes, correct.
And is there, and I asked this of
30
the
seconds.
Commissioner of Labor earlier, is there anything that you as the Commissioner of Education believe you can accomplish? And I'm not talking about the building or the projects, or maybe it's providing us with the legislation for the school absenteeism that you believe you can accomplish before the end of this administration that would have a meaningful impact in whatever area. It doesn't have to be anything that I.
So definitely, Senator, I would like us to be able to have something on the books to address our chronic absenteeism, but we are definitely making an upward trajectory in our students' proficiency rates in ELA and math. We have a constant trajectory upward. We are focusing more on math this year because our ELA instructional strategies are in place, and so our people have been trained up. So to leave the department in a better place in terms of our workforce being prepared and trained to implement the instructional strategies that our children need, having a robust tiered system of support for intervention services, having a 3-year plan that clearly outlines where we project our needs to be concerning the federal funding, and making sure that all the policies and procedures are in place so that there's no question on how or why or what needs to be done in the Department of Education.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator James. I just wanted to say that the one thing that we're not doing is really just enforcing the laws. There are laws in the book for truancy. There's a lot of laws in the book for truancy. If you go to Title 17, you're going to see it. In 2015, one of the first bill I passed as a senator was a daytime curfew. And a daytime curfew was for school-aged children. And it literally said that any child of compulsory school age who is found anywhere other than on the school premises in which a child is enrolled during school hours without an acceptable excuse having been furnished by a parent or guardian to the appropriate school official, or who is not enrolled in a school as required by law, must be taken into custody by any teacher, principal, attendant officer, or other school official, or by any police officer, peace officer, or truant officer, and must be held until a parent or guardian is summoned or appears and secures the child release. The child may be released at the request of the Commissioner of Education or placed in school as directed by the Commissioner. So the Commissioner have the authorization to say you need to go to school. But it's, when you look at it, and this law came up because I was driving to work, and I would see students riding a bike 10 o'clock through town. I see students walk in the neighborhood, and I'm talking 9, 10-year-old. And I would see authorities just passing them, enforcement authorities. And it shouldn't happen in any other jurisdiction. You're supposed to stop and ask them, why you're not in school? Why are you out? And if you just simply do that for a while, you drive the neighborhood, you see them out during a school day, you begin to question and you pick the child up and carry them to the parent home and said, hey, why is this child out? They're sick. Well, what are they doing outside? You will see it improve very quickly. But we have become so accustomed and have normalized bad behavior for such a long time that it now is a norm. So you see them riding a bike, everybody just pass them, they don't worry about them. But those are the same students that are pulling on the score. And these are the same situation why we're forced to import so many people to work. Because if you ain't getting a basic education, then you only have a certain percentage that could actually move on. And it's a serious problem, you know. So to the whole community, I ask on a regular basis, if I see a 9, 10-year-old, I ask them, young man, why are you not in school? If enough people in this community stop them and the harassment begins on the adults, why are you not in school, why are you not in school, perhaps we could begin to see a small change. Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And good afternoon to the folks from the Department of Education and the Bureau of School Construction, and thank you guys for your testimonies. First question for the Commissioner would be, as far as when we look at the absenteeism, do we look at which set of students, working parents or non-working parents, is where the number higher? Because that's what I really like to know, because I know to myself, as being a child, I couldn't stay home because my mother used to tell me, I'm going to work, so you're going to school. So I wanted to know, and I know as a parent, I carry the same felt. Meaning, because I know to myself, most of the problem we have in the workplace, this is just what I start back in school. So if they ain't coming to school, they ain't gonna be coming to work because they think it was done okay not to go to school, so they're gonna be okay not to come to work. So could you answer that question for me, please?
So, Senator, I'll allow the superintendents to respond. Dr. Bastian Knight, followed by Dr. Brangams.
Bastian Knight, Superintendent, Suncor District. Senator, it varies. We have both the working class and the unemployed, the stay-at-home parents who have children that fall under the chronic absenteeism in the district. The principals, as mentioned before, they do a great job in tracking, even more so this year since it's one of the district pillars, going out to the homes to ask the parents who are there with the children sometimes why they're not coming to school. And we do have parents that plead for help. And those are the ones that we can refer to human services, where children take the position in 5th grade, 6th grade, that they're not coming to school, and that parent at times don't know what to do, and we will refer them to intake and those services available, but it varies.
Okay, also with that, because when they don't, if they start this at this age at not doing something, again, I'm happy to hear that at least some of them have been honest enough to tell you guys they just don't have control, because that's what it is. At the end of the day, somebody have to be in control. So for the Commissioner of Education, as far as the contracts that you guys might have had prior to the Bureau construction taking over, have all those contracts been settled between the both of you guys? I heard you mention something earlier, but I wasn't clear if all the contracts, meaning like if a contract already started under the Bureau of Education and the Bureau have the authority now to be overlooking, is the money and everything shift over to the Bureau? How that works?
So with the ARP project, Senator, that funding is undivided. We process the payments and we do the transactional activities, and the Bureau does the project management, making sure that the project is completed within the timelines and under the scope that is assigned to the work.
Okay, so it's still really like a little separation in between. And so the Bureau is not completely over the project in a sense, other than looking it over, because it's...
They are over it,
So
Senator. They are over it minus the processing of the payments, all the activities as far as payment, periodical estimates, change orders, payment requests, comes from the Bureau. They put it into the system. It goes through VIDE's system for payment because it is federal funding. But when it comes to the overall management, the Bureau is doing that process.
Okay, and what criteria does the VIDE use to decide whether to continue or terminate for underperforming contractor?
It would come from a recommendation of the Bureau because the VIDE is not overseeing the work of the contractor. So it would have to be a conversation between the Bureau and VIDE.
We are responsible for the execution of the project. If we don't see our expectations being met, then we take it up with the contractor and VIDE and come to a resolution.
Okay, I listened to you guys earlier said, and this is for you for the Bureau of Construction, school construction. You said that the contractor started to do work back on Juanita Garden School.
1 minute.
Because I know when I was there, I know you mentioned the contractor with the electrical portion, because that's what most of that school had that day. Most of the issues they had were electrical. So how far are they along with that work?
Juanita Gardens should be up at I'll let Ms. Cynthia Allen answer that.
30 seconds.
My mic? Oh. I think what we referred to earlier was the electrical upgrades that were being done by Hogland that were on hold. They have been started so that they can meet the deadline. There is an extensive amount of work to be completed. And so the project manager, Mr. Dennis Randolph, who's on our team, he has spoken to the contractor Hogland, and they have sent out the workers to start the work in order to meet the deadline. We do have to be finished by the end of March.
Oh, the end of March. Okay, so this question and my final question, Mr. Chair. Which one of these problems for today that we spoke about would you guarantee no longer have a problem in the future for our children?
Could you rephrase the question again?
We spoke about different issues in the schools, but I'm just saying which one of these issues that can be addressed. Like just now, a while ago, she mentioned about completing in March. Which one of these will be guaranteed no longer exist in the years to come? That what children wouldn't have to look forward to, because when we start to talk about absenteeism too, if you have issues in school, I don't know if sickness is one of the reasons why the children are missing school as well.
Well, in regards to sickness, with the environmental impact from the lack of quality airflow into these rooms, a good example, the CO2 affects the kids' their response time, their focusing, and it's just a negative effect it has on the kids. So therefore, we have to improve the air quality of these classrooms so that doesn't be a factor in why the kids stay home from school.
Again, so which one of these problems, like I said, you could commit to that? It won't cause any more delay in the future. Once we fix this particular problem, I mean, maintenance is maintenance, but I just want to make sure that we have some concrete that when we fix certain stuff, it wouldn't be an issue to what you're hearing about us.
We can do our part. We're going to maintain what we put in place to ensure that that doesn't happen. But there's not 100% guarantee. I'm not Houdini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thanks for the response.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Bashton, Superintendent, just to go back over the redistricting, Eulalie Rivera present students are going to be going to the new school, to the new Arthur Richards?
Correct. Bastion Knight, Superintendent, Suncor District, that is correct. It'll be a true K-8 transfer. The K-8 pre-K-8 population from Eulalie will pick up as they are right now and move into the new Arthur Richards campus.
To include the 7th and 8th graders?
Yes.
Well, the 8th graders now will be matriculating to high school. So
right, I mean, the 7th and 8th graders from next year that would have gone to Eulalie Rivera, they're now going to be going to the new Arthur Richards.
Correct, Senator.
Okay. And Woodson is going to go to Eulalie Rivera, but what district are they going to be? Just Alfredo Andrews? Is their only feeder?
No, Senator. We will have a combination of the Alfredo Andrews Elementary School and the Claudio Marco pre-K 6 elementary in Frederickstead also that would feed into the Woodson 7-8 population based on where that individual or the children live in the district.
Okay,
so, for example,
so the students that live in Marley, Safarelli, they're going to be going to Woodson still, or they're going to be going to the Arthur Richards campus?
Marley students currently go to the John H. Woodson Junior High School, so it'll be like a split, Senator. We can't put all of them into the new Arthur Richards campus. I do see the children from the Marley area still continuing into the John H. Woodson at the Eulalie Rivera campus.
Okay, because the enrollment, the junior high school enrollment at Eulalie Rivera averages what? Barely 100?
Repeat that for the 7-8 population?
Yeah, like 130, 140 for the 7-8.
Approximately 143 students, I think it is, Senator.
Okay, and what's your estimated junior high school population for the new Arthur Richards?
The projected was approximately, I can pull that up, sir. I have it in the transition report. You can give me a minute, I could get back to you with that.
That's okay. So what you're going to be doing, you're literally doing a redistricting of the island. So you'll be sending out exactly what estates will be going to the new Arthur Richards and what estates will remain at John H. Woodson.
That is correct, Senator. So as we sit right now, just to give you an example, the Pearl B. Larson pre-K through 8, we currently have approximately 63 students in total that are out of district. And of that 63, we probably have like 23 that come from the western part of the island. So those students will move back down Frederickstead and fall into the Arthur Richards campus or the John H. Woodson at the Eulalie Rivera campus.
Okay.
And that would add to your number that you currently have from the Eulalie population that's going into the new Arthur Richards campus.
Okay, and the students from that Grove, Upper Love, they're going to go to Eulalie or they're going to Arthur Richards?
Grove students is going to go right across the street into the John H. Woodson at the Eulalie Rivera campus.
Okay, so if you could send that out.
While students from Louis E. Brown will now go to the Arthur Richards K-8 campus.
Okay. Okay, because it doesn't make sense to send Mutual Home Grove all the way to the new school and the junior high will be right
Right
there.
across
so-
the street and less busing costs for the district.
Okay, now, Clara Marco, the kitchen that I've been waiting to get completed for, I think, 8 years, this last 8 years. You have a deal with the contractor? What's the contractor? We have a deal? We sign a contract with him?
We defer that to
Or the company?
Good afternoon, Senator. Cynthia Allen speaking. We are in conversation and we are
Again?
working. Yes.
When this conversation will
have
be
to-
over?
March 28th.
No, March 28th, the funds are over. Where is the conversation over so that they could start the work?
Okay, right now we're processing payments and we have processed paperwork for him to begin working on the projects. We have submitted to DPW so that with that submission of that particular document, he will be able to resume work.
Tentative date?
I would like it tomorrow if possible, but we will have to contact Commissioner Gabriel to put it to his attention, as we have been doing with the other projects, that this is something that we're going to be submitting today. And so for him
was
to...
this an ARPA project?
Yes, it was.
Then we need to get it done. We need to call Commissioner Gabriel. We need to or else it's going to become a general fund obligation. And we don't have those type of funds.
No, we don't.
So we need to get it done. We literally have a little less than 2 months, so we need to get the authorization to get it started. The same question for Grove School, Eulalie Rivera, kitchen. And Claremont don't have a lot of work on them. The equipment's there. It's not a tremendous amount of work to get it finished.
No, it's not a lot of work. With the Grove School, Eulalie, that contract, as of yesterday, and I don't know if it was achieved, they were pending a second signature on the contract because the contractor had a partner. And so once that is achieved, then we'll be ready to go. We'll be receiving the notice to proceed from VIDE and to re-engage him with that project.
And it's the same contractor?
Different contractor. This one is Lightning Construction.
And they have given you the word that they could finish this job by March 28th?
It's not much to do. There is long lead items that needs to be purchased, but once he can produce receipts that he has purchased and the deliveries is forthcoming,
Okay.
we can go ahead and put in for payments.
What are those items, the long lead?
This 3 stainless steel countertops with built-in sinks and 1 custom metal sliding door.
Okay. So and a private donor did purchase all of the equipment for the kitchen?
Excuse me?
A private individual, a private donor has purchased all the equipment for
Yes, we have that in storage.
you or him?
The donor.
Oh, the donor told me
Yeah,
they
we
just
don't have any
waited to
place to
release.
keep them, sorry.
Okay. Complex is being renovated, not rebuilt. It's a renovation, right?
Modernization.
Modernization. You're in negotiation with the contractor now?
The contractor for complex is MCN Built, the same one for Arthur, and they begin work in the summer.
The Benjamin, when they begin work?
Excuse me?
When are they beginning work?
It's scheduled for the summer.
Where is this? The summer could be August and it could be July. They schedule for as soon as school
May.
is finished so we could get some of the major stuff completed? May.
As soon as school is closed, I notify the principal that consideration needs to be made for credit recovery to be at an alternate site so that it does not interrupt what the contractor needs to do.
Okay. So, okay, that's a good thing. Intercoms and cameras. Let's go to cameras first. St. Croix, cameras. Cameras are under VIDE or Bureau of School Construction?
So Mr. Mason, as school security, manages the contract for the cameras. They're being installed as we speak. NetWave is the new contractor because we had to end the existing contract that we had, so that's work ongoing. I think they're finished with Central and about to start Complex. I could get you that listing, Senator. When it comes to Omni, for the installation of the intercoms at Juanita Garden, Central, and Complex, we did have a meeting with the gentleman and asked him to move to Juanita Garden to do the installation of the intercom and save Complex for last because MCN is doing work on Complex. So we didn't want him installing a new intercom and they're doing roof work and it become a conflict. So,
Okay, but the modernization won't include a new intercom system?
so I need to verify with MCN. We did not have that conversation as yet. Our meeting with Omni was on Monday.
Okay, so the MCN contract is signed and finalized and we ready to mobilize in the summer?
Right, correct.
Okay. Alfreda Andrews, the basketball court supposed to be resurfaced? Is there resurfacing? That's one of the only schools that haven't been touched in terms of resurfacing the basketball court. I see the playground is finished, correct?
Yes.
And
The
operational?
playground is finished. That court, the Alfred Andrews basketball court, will not be completed under the ARPA funds. We were not able to resurface it because conditions do not allow for just resurfacing it. It would require a complete regrading and repaving and then a finished surface on it.
Regraded?
The budget did not allow for it. We have no additional funds to add for it to the ARPA funds. And so that was taken off the contract. So that's about $85,000 that the contractor will not be completing. And that
Okay.
contract is closing out. He has completed the other 4 schools.
So you need $85,000 to finish that contract? You need an appropriation of $85,000 to complete?
Plus additional, because that was just to do the resurfacing. You know, in order for him to take up the courts and repave it and then repaint it and stripe it and everything, that's an addition. That was an additional cost. If I can recall, I think it was over about 170 something. He had submitted a change order to have that done, and that was not processed due to the cost.
And you can't just repave it?
It's going to continue to do the same thing and fail. It's ponding. It's going to be a maintenance issue, but it doesn't make the court unusable. It's just not the best circumstances. And during adverse weather, you won't be able to use the courts.
Commissioner, MIFIs,
We don't have any MiFis in the department, Senator.
is that a solution for connectivity? I saw some teachers using MiFi in the classroom that purchase their own MiFi.
So I believe Mr. Richardson mentioned what he's doing from an IT perspective. Right now, the department does not have the funding to purchase MiFis.
Okay. And this, you're looking at the alternative school too? I hearing that alternative school connectivity is shut, gone on St. Croix? The mic by
I
Senator
can speak
Joseph.
to that issue.
Yes. Superintendent Basham?
Bastianite, Superintendent, St. Croix District. The alternative site is currently offline due to a deeper issue. The Bureau is addressing the server room that needed to have some remediation done before our employees can go in and actually fix the work that needs to be done to bring that school back online. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Parija is on top of that, and I think the vendor has already been on the site, knows what needs to be done, and I think it's this weekend or next weekend that vendor is scheduled to be in that site, on that site, doing the remediation. Once that's done, the IT staff can go in and fix whatever switches that were burnt and get that site back online.
Okay, thank you so much.
In the interim, that principal has been charged with being creative with the instructional program at that school, and we are in constant contact with Principal Abel.
Okay, I didn't realize Ms. Abel is there. Special education building, Princess. What's the status of that?
Same issue. I know the vendor is currently in the special ed building. We're actually waiting for that vendor to be finished to move over to the alternative site. Mr. Parija can provide more information on that. He is the project lead for the Bureau.
Good afternoon, Jason Parija, Deputy Director. That project is ongoing, 85% completed. Contractor is scheduled to be completed next week.
In terms of cleaning?
In terms of mold remediation and deep cleaning, correct.
And then what about furniture?
That's all included.
Okay. You have a truck park there for like a truck park there with a flat tire for like 2 months now, Mr. Benjamin? And you have a SUV park there for about 6 months with a broken glass?
It has more issues than a flat tire, sir.
And the SUV for Department of Education that's parked in front of the special ed building, Ms. Bashton, you know St. Croix good.
Bashton, Superintendent, Suncor District. Like Mr. Benjamin said, there's a lot of ongoing issues with some of the vehicles. We're actually waiting with, I think it's Caribbean Automat, I don't know what name they're under now, working with PMP to get not only those vehicles that you see there, but some other ones at headquarters repaired and back on the road. We had to wait the vendor groups education with the whole GVI. So when it comes to delay payment, we can't take the vehicles to be serviced. We're usually waiting in line to get that done, but we're making some progress. I know payments were made in the past couple weeks, so we're working on getting those vehicles to the dealer to be repaired.
Okay, that's why I asked if it's just a tire or anything, because I know that the government won't pay vendors, and even getting tires at one point was an issue. And I've seen it started with one vehicle, it's now up to 3. There's a van also a little farther down, but the van is a bit older, but the truck and the SUV seem to be pretty good vehicles, so I'm just wondering about that. Senator Noel Francis, you had a point?
Just real quickly, I wanted to ask, who's responsible for the landscape and grass cutting at the schools? Is that under the Bureau?
That's on the Bureau, yes.
Do you have a contract in place? I see that the education complex, the grass is high there, as well as some other schools?
Yes, St. Croix is pending.
Pending what?
Execution.
What does that mean?
Okay? It's execution of the contract, sir.
I'm sorry?
Execution of the contract. Let Dr. Myers take that.
So, property and procurement, I'm sorry, Dr. Charmaine Myers, CFO, Bureau of School Construction. So the property and procurement is actually having some challenges with paperwork for some of the contractors. So once that is completed, then the contracts will be executed and it will be shared with us.
Commissioner, I was just going to ask the commissioner to clarify what's the bottleneck, because of course, if we don't address that, then it'll be difficult for us to see the school. So yeah, we need to really get this contract executed, and we could get the grass cut.
To rectify the situation, I've solicited the help of Sports Park and Recreation. I gave them the list of schools, and they're going to let me know when they're going to start.
How many schools are caught up with this contract situation?
I roughly have about 6 schools, I think it is.
6 schools on St. Croix?
Yes.
Thank you.
So these are new contractors that were hired to cut the grass?
Yes.
Because none of the old contractors' contract was renewed, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
But we owe the old contractors?
Yes, we do.
Yes. But Charmaine Myers, CFO, so we do owe the contractors, however, it was the amounts owed were just the amount for the contract, that the months that took, it's for the amount that wasn't a part of the contract. So once the contract expired, property and procurement send an extension up to November. So we were able, and those funds were not, of course, a part of the purchase order, because the intent was for it to not go to that through that month, because the contract ended 9/30. So we're currently working on the purchase order so that we can pay that vendor.
Okay, so the contract ended 9/30, and we trying to execute a new contract now, February 5th, 6th.
So we had to go through the processes, and property and procurement, of course, did the government-wide contract, and we took advantage of that, and we were part of that contract. So we have to wait for the execution.
You now have a decrease in the cost of cutting the schools?
We do have a little decrease, yes.
You have a little decrease. Okay. So what was the rationale then for not going back with some of the contractors that have been working for months and months and haven't been paid? We owe them 4, 5, 6 months, and then I thought you were saving like significant monies. But if you're not saving significant money, why you didn't go back with some of them that have been cutting the schools for a couple of years?
So what happened when we were a part of the evaluation committee, the contractor that won the bid, of course, was cheaper. So that was the rationale for us going with the new contractors.
And that's why I asked you, how much cheaper? Was it cheaper? Or how
Okay, so let me get that right back to you, because I don't want to misspeak, so I'll get that information back to you.
I just don't like the situation where we have individuals working in these schools or working in any part of government, and we owe them for months, and they continue to work. And then we get ready to issue a new contract, and we say, well, hey, we'll put you on the side. We're going to still owe you, but we're going to bring in a new contractor. And that was done with waste management and a garbage situation. And I just find it to be in bad taste. You know? So let's try to get those contractors paid as quick as we can. Mr. Benjamin, you need to have your own grass cutting crew in St. Croix. Well, you need the equipment.
Well, that's what I mentioned in my testimony, that we are in the process of procuring our own equipment so that when you have this downtime and staff, we're going to have them to utilize the equipment and go ahead and address some of these issues that we have with the grass cutting in particular.
And to add to that, we are actually in the process of hiring 2 employees that would be able to take care of that. We had some...
To take care of what? Cutting the grass?
Yes.
Cutting the grass and picking up
and
trash.
Picking up trash.
You know.
Okay, before I go to 2 points.
Groundskeeping.
Your groundskeeper.
It's not a groundskeeper.
Your employees that are assigned to the Bureau, they don't fall under the jurisdiction of the principal. How does the principal get them to do what needs to be done on that particular campus? You have some employees that comply, and you have some others that say, you're not my boss.
Right. Okay.
Have you given them a directive that they are to work hand in hand with the school administrator for any maintenance-related issue?
We'll let Mr. Harrigan address that.
Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director of Maintenance. That's an ongoing challenge, and we have indicated to some of the employees to go ahead and work with the principals, and some of them do it out of their own good heart.
Ain't a good heart, they're getting paid.
Yes,
they're getting paid to perform a duty of maintenance at that particular school.
Yes, but I don't mean to cut you off, but it's not within their job description right now. That's why we're in the process of hiring the general maintenance workers, which will take care of the groundkeeping, cutting the grass, and also helping with maintenance activities. So,
doesn't it say at the end of the contract any other duties and any other duties?
Yes, it does.
So why any other duties in? You need to cut the grass, or you need to fix a pipe, or you need to assist me with cleaning those AC units. I mean, there are maintenance workers who are going above and beyond working with administrators. And there are others, if the administrator tell them, I need you to clean these AC units, they're saying, you're not my supervisor. Call the Bureau of School Construction, and then I'll do it. I'm saying, there must be, when you're running a school, when you're running a school, you need the maintenance staff to be very reactive and be willing to follow the administration for that particular school. If they're assigned there and I give you something to do, you need to do it. I don't understand
Senator,
Yes, go ahead.
Can I speak to that? Bashta Knight, Superintendent, Suncor District. That's one of the problems that we have, especially in the Suncor District, and the principals, they complain or they make their concerns heard every opportunity that they have. So we have the maintenance workers who fall under the bureau assigned to the campuses, and the principals really have no oversight over these employees. They can't manage their time, they don't reprimand, they don't execute disciplinary processes with these employees, but they're on their campuses every day. And we do have those challenges where principals may request of an employee to do something and they just don't, because they take the position as if the principals have no authority or oversight over them while they're on their campus. But that's something that I have discussed with the Bureau and we need to address when it comes to time and attendance. Sometimes you can't even find the maintenance employees that are assigned to the campus because they play the mommy and daddy cat and mouse game throughout the district, where you're thinking they're at one campus, they say they're going to the next campus, but when the principals communicate with each other, they're at neither campuses. So that's an issue that we have to address, because the principal is responsible for anybody that sits or stands on their campus. So having those employees there and not being able to direct their tasks throughout the day is a problem.
And that's why I asked a question, because we need to put in an accountability piece where, because you have some schools where you rarely see a maintenance person. The one by where Manasseh was, that's a long time ago for me. Avery.
Mola.
They barely have anybody doing maintenance there. The school look, they upkeep it pretty good, you know, but you don't have somebody that's there on a regular basis in next other country. So how do you work it out that you don't have an employee that is playing the system? You have some that just doing what they're supposed to do, and they're working good. But you have others that would say, hey, I got to go to Charlotte Mali. But they ain't going to Charlotte Mali. They're just leaving the work at that school. And when Charlotte Mali wants something, they say, I got to go to Alamola. How do you put in an accountability component?
You have policies and procedures that you have these guys that know that they have to follow. When these guys break protocol, their supervisors are supposed to confront them and write them up if need be, and we go from there. Accountability is a big component. A lot of the guys, it's a culture change for some of them now that we have these things in place. We're dealing with adults. And if you can't be accountable as an adult, when are you going to be accountable? Be able to hold yourself accountable, okay? So in the interim, we're working with the guys that we have, let them know how important it is that they communicate with the principals. You don't just up and leave a campus that you're assigned to. If a coordinator needs help at another campus, the coordinator is supposed to communicate both verbally and in writing to the principal and let them know, hey, I'm going to utilize employee X to take him over to another school. And if I'm going to be able to bring him back today, I will bring him back today, but I will let you know if I can't bring him back to your campus, which he's assigned to today. So communication is a big issue in terms of what's going on with the guys. We are going to make some additional changes. My dream was to have a building service manager assigned to each school. Under that building service manager, he will have maintenance individual working under him to assist him with all the duties that's required of him on a daily basis at each school. That is my goal.
They need to know that they need to answer to the principal.
Yes,
the principal need to be given a checklist of what all they could accomplish, right. And then the bureau need to tell them, if the principal tell you to do anything that is on this list, you have to do it, and the principal have a right to send a letter writing you up saying that you're not doing your job.
Right.
Because sometimes you have guys sitting down, the grass is high, and they're sitting for 2-3 hours cooling. And I'm like, man, they could have been in the machine working, and a lot of schools need to get into buy a bushwhacker, buy a machine.
Yeah.
Use your impress fund, ask the commissioner for permission, and buy the equipment so that you could cut the grass. Because you have kindergarten students now in St. Croix running the high grass. Grove School was high. I don't know if they cut it since we've been there. But the schools are a bit out of control in St. Croix in terms of the grass. And we just had a lot of rain this week. So in the next couple of days, it's gonna really be something else. Senator Lewis and Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I sitting down here listening to this conversation. And I smiling to myself. You know why? Now, when them guys leave Mr. Benjamin's office in the morning, Mr. Benjamin, so when you go to Muller School, I send you down there today to fix the AC them. Not another thing else. And that's exactly what they're doing. So Principal X or B, Kota till she blue. My boss tell me today, fix the air condition. It's for the principal now to call back up to Mr. Benjamin and say, well, you got Johnny here today fixing the air condition them. He could assist me with so and so and so. Then Mr. Benjamin will call back down to Johnny and say, well, Principal X or B say they need a hand do X, Y, Z. Let's not play around with it. That's just how it is, and the guys them to play off of that too. Just like a child with a mother and a father. The guys them to do the same thing. So you're right, we need some clear lines of communication. When you go to Muller School, I send you for this, but wherever the principal wants,
you address it.
If you could accommodate, accommodate. If it's out your scope, call back. Let's see how we could get another body there or something. So let's not toss and turn with that. Mr. Benjamin, you don't get off the hook too easy. The people in St. John want to know just about some sewage line.
We sent our sewage contractor up to the school to address the issue. I have my environmental tech here in the background. Whatever.
Something ain't going right because they're sending a text saying the sewage is still running. The problem haven't been fixed.
With all this rain, that probably is one of the effects of it. Because the contractor went to address it.
So things work good in dry weather and not rain.
Well, you know what's happening around here. The infrastructure is struggling.
What about the air condition?
The air conditioning, we have 6 air conditionings currently being installed at that school. 5 is complete. Well, not 100% complete. They're just waiting for the electrical connections to be put in place.
Okay.
The 6th one is going to be installed by next week. And our electrician that we brought on staff, he is going to go up and ensure that the electricity is all hooked up to those new air conditioning units.
To give or take between now mid-March, something should be a lot better.
Before that, yes.
Thank you. At Lockhart School, the very first day of school, when I was there was a special needs classroom. The teacher, they didn't come or probably refused to come, and they put the children in a lounge because the floor had sinkholes and different issues. What is going on at Lockhart School? Because when I left from here, went to my office, a parent called and said that their child is still in this lounge at Lockhart School. What's going on at Lockhart School with this special needs classroom?
I'll let Mr. Harrigan address that one.
The one contractor that was, Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director of Maintenance, the one contractor that was actually in charge of working on that unit, he wasn't paid for the summer work, but he finished the floor to the plywood, and then he was supposed to put on tiles. But since he wasn't paid, he kind of went on to another job. We're now in the process of purchasing the tiles for him to finish, or if he can't finish it, we'll then leave the in-house staff to finish it. So by next week, that floor should be finished.
Hopefully, because the parents sent up, I don't know if you went back or checked, but the parents just sent a video with a hole in the floor. So I don't know if he just left the plywood.
That's another classroom.
So you got 2 special needs classroom with sink floor?
No. That couldn't be a special needs classroom at Lockhart. That classroom, I think, was CHS this morning, correct?
Yes.
No. This is Lockhart School. The mother
but that's another classroom because it's all new plywood in that classroom.
I just saying what the parents say.
Yeah.
So it's a behoove you all now to look into the matter to see how we could rectify.
But I'm assuring you, the special need classroom is all plywood right now. There's no more composite wood. So they have that wrong.
So, Senator Lewis, if I may, the video you saw today, that video was circulated this morning. It's a lot of misinformation that's going on. My guys has been working on that particular classroom for the past 2 days. They were in the process of removing the floor. Apparently, a teacher has gone into that classroom and take a video and say, oh, this is what happening with the school. A whole a hole in the floor and they have us come into school. That's not the case. That classroom is under construction. Why would you go in there and take a video and put it out there
Okay, so the special needs children are still in the lounge, though.
Correct.
But that's a different school now. That's what I'm telling you.
I was talking about Lockhart School. I didn't talk about another school.
The video was not Lockhart School.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you. I saw it. I have it right here.
Okay, I don't know how you see why in my phone, but you're very good.
We got to see network, son.
I gonna wrap up right now.
Wrap up, you close your eye a little bit so wrap up. You really want to get on to a lot more questions. So
no, that's the last one.
Open your eye and ask the last question.
I mean, you're in the right place. So based on your numbers and what you have crunched and what you have started to see, what is your summer maintenance figure looking like?
Okay, my summer maintenance figure, I'm going to let that go to Mr. Harrigan.
And don't do like Trump and take it with a penny. Go ahead, tell me.
We currently have, from the settlement fund, $2.1 million to work with. So we split that between the two districts, St. Croix and St. Thomas, St. John. So we're very meager in what we can do for the
and
summer.
what you need, because some way, okay, not you guys, because I don't do it, but somebody in your team that goes, say, the senators didn't give us no money, so tell me what you need for the summer. Actually, today, February 5th.
Okay. Our needs for the summer will be submitted to you at a later date.
Thank you.
Because.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Francis.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to this grass cutting situation because we have an infestation of snakes on St. Croix. And I'm very concerned that the environment helps to breed this type of activity. You talk about 6 schools that's requiring the assistance of sports park and recreation, which means that they're going to leave something undone because they have their challenges as well in making sure that they're able to complete those tasks. So I wanted to again, validate what you're saying in respect to how do we get this addressed. Is there an opportunity to utilize private contractors to do this work? And in the meantime, or what's being done so that we could get this grass cut in a timely fashion?
Okay, well, my reason for going out to solicit the help of Parks and Recreation is that they had the equipment readily available, and we're going to do a collaboration with them. If we don't want to go on expense, involve a new contractor to come and do this, because it's going to create a situation which is going to be very uncomfortable for the contractor who has the contract to do that work. Because being that the contract is pending for paperwork, that's not our control, and that's in the queue at PMP. He needs to do what he needs to do. So once he submits that one little thing to PMP, he can go ahead and proceed with cutting the grass on the next day.
Okay. Is there an opportunity for you to extend whoever is the current contractor to allow them to be able to cut the grass in the meantime? Is that an option you're looking at?
I would let Dr. Myers respond.
There is an opportunity. I'm sorry, CFO, Dr. Charmaine Myers, Bureau of School Construction. So there is an opportunity, but I would have to agree with Mr. Benjamin because there will be a little confusion with the current, with the past contractor and the contractor that actually won the bid. And it would be in our best interest not to cross those lines.
Okay. How long is this new contract for?
It's until 9/30 and with a year renewal.
So you're saying that on one hand that you're extending a new contract, on the other hand, you're trying to procure equipment and hire individuals to be able to do the same work. Which is it?
So the hiring of the individuals are not going to be today. However, that individual will not be only responsible for cutting the grass, but they will also be doing trash removal and other duties.
Okay. My urgent plea is, again, we need to get the grass cut at these schools because we got snakes running wild on St. Croix. Thank you.
All right.
The work that was done during the summer, those vendors have been paid for the work that was done during the summer, the clean up of classroom, the buffing, etc.
Yes, they've been paid.
All of them, or you still have some outstanding?
So Dr. Shaman Maya, CFO. So the majority of the contractors were paid for the summer. We just have one contractor that has not been paid, and we're working with DOF to get that contractor paid hopefully within the next week.
In reference to the monies that you were allocated under the Epstein social account, have you been given clear directive by OMB as to how you should proceed to get those monies released?
Yes, so because the Act 8920 does not speak to the money being available until expended, we're going to have to send a letter to OMB so that you guys can, I guess, extend the legislation to speak to 2026.
The finance share is to your right.
I'm sorry. So apparently the bill is not the funds are not available until expended for Act 8920. So we're going to have to send a letter to the legislature through OMB in order for us to get that money moved over to 2026.
I await your letter. I await your letter.
Thank you.
I did have that discussion with the OMB director this morning. So they just sent in the request so that we could have that done. We could perhaps amend, kind of money's already there, so we could amend some pending legislation we have right now to get that done at the next session. We need to get it done. Senator DeGraff, you have some questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Benjamin, in regards to Ivani Durkin School, the food storage in the kitchen, they had the issue with air condition, and I understand they're still losing food because it hasn't been fixed. Can you shed some light on that?
Mr. Aragon, do you know about that? We don't know about that. Sir.
Yeah, I brought it to your attention the last time you were here. Ivani Durkin School in the kitchen where the freezer is.
That would have been addressed right away because that's a urgent situation, and that will fall under our emergency.
Okay, I was just told it wasn't fixed. So again, I may be wrong, but that's what I was told. So could do a follow-up on that for me, please. Commissioner, in regards to the escalation in the rental and of land and buildings that you had now that you had to extend your budget to, all those properties that you're renting land and buildings are being used?
I'm confused, Senator.
Okay, in your budget, you have a rental of land and buildings from 25, went from 53,000 to 26 to 576,510. So that increase in our property, in our funding for land and I guess building acquisition or rentals.
So right now we're renting 2 office spaces in the St. Thomas, St. John District. The state office is at Crown Bay, and the district office is at the mall. That cost for the rental is covered under a project worksheet through FEMA. Now, if you're speaking about us being in conversation concerning the laydown area at Charlotte Amalia High School, that's where we're in conversation with VIHFA so that we could acquire a lease to have that property.
Okay, no, we're just looking at, like I say, your 26 budget, where it shows in other services, rental of land and buildings.
So we did put aside funding locally to cover that, and then we were granted permission to use money through FEMA for the rent.
Okay, so then that's excess money you have that you could
repurpose.
To see about repurpose it. So I
Yes.
think, if you don't mind, you could send in through the chair. Financials, you could also look into assisting you with utilization of that.
So
that might assist. You already have it for your budget, so
Right, so
you could
some
repurpose
of that, I would have to see what portion of that was already used to pay the rent already.
Okay.
Then we are waiting to be reimbursed if it was already expended through local funds. So I'd have to give you that number.
Okay,
Senator.
sure. That could help you, sir.
3
And-
minutes.
And Mr. Benjamin, in regards to the Board of Education came before us and they put out a listing of things that, first of all, is there collaboration between you and the Board of Education in regards to the schools?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so we have an active, so has any of their concerns that they put in their testimony prior, have you were able to address some of the walkthroughs that they have done and things like that?
Most definitely. Yes.
Okay, and then I have one in particular in regards to, does this come under you supporting enhanced safety measures training for crisis response, defibrillator packs, personal protective equipment, and hazardous material management, or does that come under education?
That comes under education, sir.
Okay, so were any of those things there addressed in particular?
Within the grant application, there is some programs that the superintendents have put in place for that. There is going to be an additional extensive training on the use of the first aid kits and the defibrillators that were purchased. We are in the process of finally vetting the modifications that have been made to the crisis management plans for full distribution to our schools. So we are on top of that. And just to note, Senator, we are very much involved in the conversations around new schools and the way that, perimeter fencing and the different things that we need to have in place to ensure that they are in place so that we don't run into situations later on where the Bureau is going to have to put up a fencing. All those types of things have been put into consideration, and meetings are continuous with our contractors.
Okay, that sounds good. How many defibrillators have you received, and where do you have them stored?
Every classroom.
So they're presently in the classrooms?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Commissioner, just a question in reference to special ed and the contract with Orange Tree. If there are individuals working that want to transition to become full-time government employees, come?
Yeah.
I'll talk to you.
Yeah, tell them talk to me.
I will talk to you right after to let you know the individual.
Yeah.
For the special ed, you're saying that they're cleaning the desk and the chair from the mold so that we don't have a reoccurrence of the same problem.
They're doing the remediation, yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll talk to you right after. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized. If you have any questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions really. I just want to say this, that it seems to me as if listening today, seems to me as if we have a community that has no, when it comes to parents, as was alluded earlier with respect to absenteeism, and then with respect to workers who don't take pride in the school in which they're working because of supervisory lines of authority, it seems as if we've just lost pride in who we are as a people. And that is sad, using your word. And I just think we need to find a way to change. We need a paradigm shift in the way our people are thinking with regards to parenting and working, those specific areas, and I think we'll have a better community. So I don't have any questions because it just seems as if there's no real poncho or control or discipline or self-regulation, all those things that I know as a people we had in this territory. Well, I know on St. Croix for sure. So I do want to say this though. No, I don't want to say that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. So in reference to the property at Charlton High School, you just need the legislature to move legislation to move it from Housing Finance Authority to the Department of Education to speed up the process.
That would help, Senator.
Okay, now we had legislation and a reference to school lunch and the building there by Island Block where the Port Authority had the responsibility to get that done. The bill was held, and then it was supposed to be evaluated by DOE and come back for a definitive answer. And I heard it went from DOE and it went to Government House Council was reviewing it. Have you been given the go-ahead for that bill to come forward, or what is the position of the Bureau?
Well, the position of the Bureau, we are currently working on the design. We're waiting for the final signature.
The bill is first.
Oh, the bill, I'm sorry.
I'm saying the...
No, it hasn't come. I didn't receive anything in regards to the bill, no.
Has there been a go-ahead? I was told that Government House was evaluating as to whether or not they want to continue. Has there been a go-ahead? Because the port is responsible for building the building.
Right.
So there hasn't been a go-ahead from Government House. I will inquire and get back to you, Senator. But Port has been moving in collaboration with Mr. Benjamin on the design of that building.
Yes.
Yeah, but we need to get a legislation passed because it's monies that we have to put in. So I don't really understand the rationale in just not passing the bill so that they're responsible to get it built. Because you need to move, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we got to get that done. Arthur Richards, the old Arthur Richards site that had the modular classrooms. The gymnasium, what's the status of the gymnasium? Why we can't get a gymnasium to open for the people of Frederickstead to be utilized? The gym is being used as a storage facility right now.
So I did have a conversation with Governor Bryan regarding that same issue of that gym being used as storage. I did have a conversation with Dr. Bastian Knight to remove the things and make it as accessible for some after-school ideas that members of our staff have to involve our students in that area. The only thing that may be of a concern is the fact that the bleachers were repurposed to another location. So currently you'll have the accessibility to have maybe clinics and so forth in that location.
Yeah, it could be a practice facility.
Right.
Because there's no practice facility in Frederickstead. So for the interim, could utilize that gymnasium as a practice facility.
Agreed.
The cafeteria is still being used at that site?
Claro?
No.
Which one?
Arthur
Yes,
Richards.
Arthur Richards to prepare the food. Yes.
So what is the plan for Arthur Richards cafeteria when Claudio Marco cafeteria open?
So when the new Arthur Richards opens, that would be the site that would do that satelliting for that area and those respective schools. We really have not had a discussion about what it would be used for, Senator.
So there's some real good equipment in the
I know.
cafeteria, so and pretty
And
new.
there is some really good equipment at John Woodson.
So what is the plan for all of this equipment in terms of being able to repurpose? Because we don't.
So the Bureau will have an inventory that can be used to offset any damages or any equipment that may be destroyed. I would use it in those schools that need an upgrade. Right.
Mr. Benjamin?
Yes.
Yes, so.
I agree with what Dr. Wells saying. Yes.
Okay. I think anybody else have any question? If not, I will allow you to put closing.
Yeah, if I may.
Yes. Who is that? Proceed.
Ferris? Okay, this is Bobby Ferris, I'm the Assistant Manager of Facilities.
Oh, from education, I was trying to figure out who it is. Go ahead, Mr. Ferris.
Yeah, I heard you, several people was mentioning about the issue that we have with the laborers at the schools. So to their defense, we have a structured environment there where we have, in this district, we have 6 coordinators that is responsible for 15 properties. We also have a automated system where they report any issues that they have going on with the schools. The principals are very aware of that. If that automated system goes down, they would put in work orders manually, and we get the work orders and we disseminate it to the different schools depending on what needs to be done. So we do have a structured environment there. We just don't have random laborers and then the principal come to the random laborers and ask to get anything done. We do have a structured environment, and everybody's aware of that. there's any issues, they would come to me with it, and we deal with it accordingly. So it's not like if we have random laborers and the principal go to them to get anything fixed. We do have a structured environment.
I don't know if the structured environment working. So it need to be revisited. I know of schools in which administrators don't have communication with the maintenance staff. And I know schools in which administrators have a wonderful relationship with the maintenance staff. They volunteer, what do you want me to do? But it need to be across the board. Because we get ready to open a new school with all type of whistles and bells. You know. If we don't have a good maintenance at a school in a year or two, it's gone. We're going to have the same issues that we having right now.
Yep.
So I'm even worried about that because itinerant staffing or work there. You got state-of-the-art, all type of stuff. You need a staff that is there on a regular basis. And I'm hoping that eventually you could staff up in terms of workers, not management. Because management, you're good for the next 10 years. But in terms of workers, where you have sufficient workers at every single school, and they still fall under you, but they got to do what the administrator tell them to do. Right. You know, you should have somebody there on a regular basis, cutting grass, maintaining the pipes, cleaning the AC, just doing all of that basic stuff, doing painting, the general maintenance. But if you ask every worker, tell me what you did today, some are going to be able to list a number of things, and there's some that are going to be fumbling. They might tell you to drive. They tell you I was sitting, I was cooling a bit, but we got to get it done. We got to get it done, and we have to work out that issue with the grass, with this transition between contractors. The education is a totally different department to any department you'll ever face. You're dealing with children on a regular basis. You don't have time to it's all adults, they could just walk around. You have children that want to play, that want to run, and you have high grass, you have children with special needs. I mean, there's so many issues that we need to get it right. So I hope you could get that worked out as quick as possible, and we could get those schools cut. But I was going to ask you, if this one contractor you hired only need one thing, a signature, what's the issue that he can't sign and start the work? What's really the issue? You need one thing. Why you can't get that one thing done and start?
So it may be not that it's just one specific contractor, but because it's a GVI, I guess all of the different departments is on that one contract. It may not necessarily be that one person, but I don't know exactly who it is.
I understand that one a bit.
You were asking what was the issue. So because DPP is who handled the contract, I'm not sure who the contractor is because remember, it's a GVI-wide contract.
Right, but can't you ask?
I can, and I can do that, and I'll get back to you. But I mean, I don't have that information.
And why I say that, we don't want this problem to be here 2 weeks from now. Because 2 weeks from now, it's going to be a big thing. Because the grass is going to grow exponentially in the next couple of days. So we must have a solution whereby early next week, they're beginning to cut these schools.
Yes, and we've been in communication with Deputy Commissioner Paris, who is really handling the contract. So we'll follow up with her today, and we'll get back that response for you guys.
Okay, so you hired 4 new contractors to St. Croix? Did you hire new contractors to St. Thomas?
The St. Thomas contract, it's on the 1-year renewal, and that will end 9/30. So we'll actually be sending out IFBs coming up in a few months for the St. Thomas St. John District.
Okay. And you're checking to see how much contractors? It was 4 new companies? Nobody remember that number? Now, while they're looking at that, I also want to go, I was looking at my notes I was writing. Commissioner, in reference to devices for students, et cetera, when the question was asked, at the beginning of this school year, we walked through the schools, and there were bins with dozens, and in some school, over 150 devices that were just damaged or ripped up. So that's the next big issue that I want to put out there. We're purchasing stuff, and people are not taking care of it. So we're repurchasing the same thing over and over, so you could never get ahead. Because you purchase, they destroy it. And it's going to be the same thing with all the schools. If you destroy stuff, we are just spending the same money over and over and over instead of really building on what we have. And, you know, I would love to see the purchase of new devices, but at some point, you're going to have like a fee.
Oh, yeah. So we do
A
have...
small fee, and you don't get it back because when you charge them X amount, they take care of the device.
Right. So we did put a policy in place that addresses that. Another thing that happened really, Senator, is that we invested in Chromebooks. And moving forward, we want to invest in laptops. They're better, they're more durable, and the life cycle is longer. So lessons learned, that was during COVID. And so it's laptops we purchasing. Moving forward.
But we need to have just a policy in place to protect it, because I know families that went through 4 laptops in a year, and they keep on giving because, oh, this child need a laptop and the child is way behind. Let's give them a next device. In a month and a half, it's destroyed. A month and a half, the next one destroyed. Number of schools?
You asked for the number of contractors.
Contractors.
Yes, it's 4.
Okay. I figured that's what it was. Your last question, then we'll let them close. And
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman and colleagues and testifiers. Dr. Brown, we had a conversation last year. I think the chairman of this committee brought the conversation to the floor. And I don't remember how we ended, but I was to several schools yesterday. And where are we with, along the lines with cell phones and earbuds and things? Where are we with that? Because I'm hearing principals in the hall telling them take them out of the air and put away your phone and so forth. So where do we end with that conversation? Like what policy was in place? You know, what's going on? Because I see parents that get on social media kicking up about taking my child phone. I need whatever. But where are we with that?
the microphone for Dr. Brown.
Simrity Brown Gums, Acting Superintendent. So what we have done, we have created a policy, okay, for the use of cell phones on campuses. Right now, presently, we have one school with a ban, a full ban of not able to utilize a cell phone or even bring the cell phone on campus.
Which school is that?
That's Lockhart K8. Okay? So the other schools...
As a result of what?
The bomb. As a result of the bomb threat situation that we've encountered.
Okay, I just want you to put it on the record.
Oh, yes. And so there is a full ban. The other schools are acting in the same, you know, they've taken the same position. However, some students are utilizing, especially our ELL students, are utilizing some phones for the translation. But we have a policy, and the policy dictates that children are not allowed to utilize cell phones during the day.
During bell to bell. Unless approved for educational purposes from the teacher. So, Senator, we do have some enforcement issues. We're not going to lie about that. You know, principals need to make sure that teachers are enforcing the rules, but policies are in place. And I will say that the AFT has a big push with me to ban every single school from having cell phones on the campus. Part of the feedback that was given was that students are more focused at Lockhart, and there are some that still try to bring them, and we do random searches and take them. There are some parents that are not happy with that, but again, you know, the full ban at Lockhart came after as a result of all of the bomb threats that were affecting not only VIDE, but other supporting agencies that have to respond when there's a bomb threat. So we see that that has subsided. So we're hoping that, you know, we can continue to evaluate whether or not we do want to do a full ban for next school year.
So how did Lockhart enforce the ban of cell phones, and it's working that students are more engaged?
I want to say that I give full credit to the staff at Lockhart School, because when I do the walkthroughs, I do see that the students are following the expectations that of not having it. Additionally, there are random searches every other day. So if you bring the phone will be taken from you.
And that was a direct result of Lockhart being dismissed repeatedly because students were calling in bomb threats.
6 times.
Okay. And it needs to be done. All the research is coming out, you know, and it's saying that when you ban cell phones, students' communication skills increase dramatically, the social skills, because students now, lunchtime, they have the phone in their hand, they're not speaking.
Right.
When you don't have the cell phone, you're forcing them to engage. So we need to get off of this. Everybody saying, no, it can't survive this and that. And we need to get serious because your test scores, everything are going to increase. Communication, the number of issues that you have are going to decrease. So we need to, and if we worked at Lockhart, because of the administration and all the teachers enforcing it, and that happened because all of them were so frustrated that everybody said, let's do this. Then it could work at every other school. And we just have to literally enforce it, and the teachers got to know that this is the plan. 18 states have bell-to-bell ban. And a number of additional states are going to look at the bell-to-bell ban this upcoming year. And a number of them have limitations on cell phone in the school. They're not bell-to-bell. You could use it at lunch, but we need to have that discussion. These are the serious discussions we need to have, and we need to implement. And it will work. I will allow you to put a closing statement on the record, both of you, and then you'll end for today.
So, Senator, I want to thank you and your colleagues for inviting us here to testify this afternoon. There were some great suggestions offered to us that I think if you are up for it, I would like for us to have some offline conversations relative to some of the next steps that we could do, even in the enforcement of the legislation, and making sure that all the supporting agencies are at the table. That would be great. If there's any other things that we deem necessary to enhance the legislation, we'll share that with you. But thank you overall for the continued collaboration and commitment to the children of this territory. We cannot do it without you guys. And on behalf of the entire Virgin Islands Department of Education, I want to say thank you, and I want to thank all of the hardworking people of VIDE. Without you, we would not be possible. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
I would like to thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. I would like for the listening public to really take a good look of what situation we have before us with these schools. This is a daunting task. It's not the type of structures we are dealing with is not like a regular structure, so it requires more intense attention. Each one of these structures spaces where your kids have to be housed until they return to you in the evenings, and these spaces have to be safe for them. And in order for us to achieve that, there are several things that have to happen, and they all come with a cost. And it's going to be one of those situations where maintenance is just out of the roof when it comes to the everyday costs. So just bear in mind that we are doing our best with what we have, and we are going to continue to do so and move forward with putting in place all the new measures for us to maintain these structures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And before I close, Commissioner, you're saying there's some issues with attendance counselors and transportation to do home visits.
Okay.
So we need to...
Is that a particular district?
St. Croix, for sure.
St. Croix?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I would imagine you probably have some of the same issues in St. Thomas, because They just don't have transportation.
So we'll have the conversation offline with the superintendent.
Okay. And Mr. Benjamin, they have not officially started Juanita Garden yet. I guess they're getting ready to, but the contractor has not been there yet. I got some positive comments in reference to Mr. Parija and the work he's doing. Some administrators told me that he has been quite involved and he's getting a bit done and being responsive to a level that they haven't seen. So I got some good comments. So what you're doing, continue. After the good, the bad sometimes will come. But I like to say the good when the good is there.
So, Senator, I did go back to my notes. For Juanita Garden, the equipment is here and the contractor is mobilized to begin. So you're absolutely correct. It hasn't started yet.
And that's a big one because we passed monies for Juanita Garden AC how many years ago? I think it's even more, like 5 or 6 years ago. And it's been there for a while. And also the second wing that has an issue and then complex. We just have a lot of issues, but we are moving, I think, in the right direction. We just need to continue to be aggressive and literally get the job done. And the legislature is here to assist in whichever way possible. I want to thank everyone for coming to this meeting today. Thank you, colleagues, for all of the questions and inquiries. Thanks Central staff, and also thank my staff for putting the meeting together. We're going to schedule our offline meeting, Commissioner, so we could discuss some of the other stuff. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is hereby adjourned.